Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness, in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? I would like to now call on Mr. Bruce Barker, who will address the Chamber on Trek to Health. Please proceed, Mr. Barker. You have 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors, good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Bruce Barker and I'm the CEO and founder of Trek to Health and Surf Shed, a Brisbane initiative dedicated to supporting the mental and physical wellbeing of the frontline workers and veterans, those who serve and protect the community daily. Why Trek to Health exists. 7 years ago, we recognised via our extreme adventure programs, we witnessed a pressing issue. The first responders and veterans faced high levels of stress, trauma and burnout. Yet many had hesitated to seek support due to stigma and time constraints. Our solution was a stigma-free, ecological, nature-based resilience model, and most importantly, sat outside the government internal procedures and remained confidential to their employee. Through structured trekking programs, the natural environments, Trek to Health helped the frontline people rebuild confidence, manage stress, improve their well-being in a way that feels empowering and not like treatment. This is very important. Our programs are empowering and allowing their people to change their minds through the environment. Not like traditional treatments for mental health, where they feel like a patient with an issue. So empowering the minds is their number one goal. Impact over the last 5 years, since 2019, Trek to Health, a non-for-profit, we've supported over 1,500 frontline veterans and frontline people, guiding them towards improved mental health and resilience. We've delivered over 10,000 kilometres of guided treks using the power of nature to lower stress and increase endurance. Developed a 4-module resilience program backed by clinical research and behavioural science, showing a 53% reduction in depression, a 52.8% drop in anxiety, a 36.8% decrease in stress just after 6 weeks of their 12-month journey with us. A 22% increase in physical activity levels, 8% boost in aerobic fitness levels, leading to lasting health benefits. High enjoyment and motivation scores, proving that participants don't just complete our program after 12 months, they embrace a new way of life. We've partnered with local businesses, governments, agencies, community leaders to keep our programs free of charge. The results speak for themselves: better mental health, increased resilience and stronger communities. What's next for Trek to Health for the next 5 years? We're committed to expanding Trek to Health's reach and impact, with a focus on scaling our program, ensuring more frontline workers and veterans can access life-changing support. Introducing a Youth Summits program to support youth from frontline families, equip them with life-saving skills, leadership and training, and mental resilience. strengthening the community programs, working with local councils, businesses and organisations to ensure our Brisbane office continues to lead in the mental health, wellbeing, innovation. How the council can support Trek to Health isn't just about trekking and mental health improvements, it's about building a stronger Brisbane and Queensland. We invite you to help us raise awareness, ensuring more frontline workers know about and access our programs. We seek support in growing partnerships, allowing us to expand services and reach those who need it the most. We encourage you to experience Trek to Health firsthand at our Trek House at the Gap. Join us on a trek, meet our participants firsthand, and see and feel the impact in action. We are not just words at Trek to Health, we actually do the work. Madam Chair, Lord Mayor and councillors, Brisbane is a city built on resilience, courage and community. These are the same values we instill in what we serve today with our people. 5 years ago, we started with 3 backpacks and a marquee donated by Steve Toomey, and our vision to support those to protect us has not changed today. We stand before you as a proven evidence-based program that changes lives and has directly saved many lives over the last 5 years. Our story is mainly unknown in Brisbane, so today I'm pleased to share the story with you today. With your support, we can continue to make Brisbane a city that truly looks after our frontline people. I thank you for your time today. I welcome the opportunity to meet with you individually should the opportunity arise to explore how we can work together for a healthier, stronger and brighter Brisbane future. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr Barker. I'd now call upon Councillor Howard to respond.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Bruce, I'm the Civic Cabinet Chair for Communities, so the work that you do is very dear to the heart, of course, of all of the people who work in that section of council. And we are really grateful to have the opportunity to learn more about the incredible work of Trek to Health here today. I know that Councillor Toomey is a great supporter, and in fact it was through Councillor Toomey that I first learned about the work that you do, and I know that he continues to be a passionate advocate as one of your ambassadors, so thank you for being here today. We do owe an incredible debt to our first responders, and they're always there for us when we need it, and of course just recently we've needed them very much, so we really understand the work that you're doing, and to help our most vulnerable is just so important. Our police officers, our firefighters, our nurses, and they go to work each and every day and night knowing not what to expect and what they'll be faced with. And so many of them face extremely difficult situations which can leave a heavy burden, and that is why the work that you do for Trek to Health is so incredible. I know that you and your team have an amazing impact on many of our first responders and our veterans. We know that on behalf of Council, I'd like to say thank you very much, and we are very proud to support Trek to Health with funding through our festival and events program for your Midnight to Anzac Dawn service trek, and we look forward to working together with you into the future. Thank you very much for your presentation today.
And thank you, Mr Barker, for coming in today. Thank you. Councillors, I'd also just like to take a moment to acknowledge former Councillor Claire Jenkinson in the gallery as well.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Chair, I move that the motion from the 14th of May 2024 that this council requests that the Lord Mayor increase the Pathways Out of Homelessness grant to $5 million per year for the 2025 to 2028 grant program that's currently lying on the table come off the table for debate.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy that the motion from the 14th of May 2024 be taken off the table. This is a procedural motion, so I now put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division has been called by Councillor Collier and seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 19 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillors, are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Chair of Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, in 2006, this administration introduced the Voluntary Home Purchase Scheme, a groundbreaking program that tackled homes at high risk of creek flooding in Brisbane. Our program also paved the way for the voluntary home buyback scheme that the federal and state governments introduced following the 2022 floods. Can you update the Chamber on the history of voluntary home buybacks and the success of this program during the tropical cyclone Alfred weather event?
Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Marx for the question, because indeed it was back in 2006 that the groundbreaking voluntary home purchase scheme was rolled out. But it was the year before, in February 2005, that the then Lord Mayor convened a task force on suburban flooding, which was asked to identify strategies to reduce the effect of significant rain events on areas of Brisbane that were prone to frequent flooding. In August of 2005, the report was delivered and it recommended the introduction of a voluntary home buyback scheme. So 400 properties were identified, and in the following 10 years, 112 properties were voluntarily purchased under the program. This initiative was a first of its kind, being a voluntary program and based on up-to-date flood studies. And it's since resulted in similar programs, Madam Chair, being rolled out in places such as Grantham and in Lismore. By 2017, the program was not seeing further uptake from eligible participants. So in 2018, we started the Flood Resilient Homes program, which focused on resilience and retrofitting to better prepare our residents for flooding. This program, delivered by the Brisbane Sustainability Agency, saw 445 flood resilient assessments and reports carried out, and 199 homes were retrofitted. BSA continues to do this work by conducting audits, and particularly now focused on apartment buildings and businesses. And I can share that over 7,500 residents who live in apartments have already benefited with an audit on their apartment building. Following the 2022 flood event, the Lord Mayor wrote to the state and federal governments advocating for funding based on our successful pilot of the Flood Resilient Homes program. And this was the catalyst and the basis for the establishment of the $741 million state and federal Resilient Homes Fund. Not only did the Resilient Homes Fund benefit Brisbane residents, but also those across 39 local government areas who were impacted by the 2021-22 rainfall and flooding events. Because of our proven track record and expertise, we were asked to administer this program for Brisbane. Council's flood team provided detailed flood risk mapping and expertise, and in turn the state compiled a list of eligible properties. And now I'm happy that I can give you a further update on the success of this program. In June 2023, applications for the program closed. QRA provided us with a list of 389 eligible properties, of which 354 offers were made, 293 offers were accepted and properties acquired, 96 offers were declined or expired, or the properties were on-sold by their owner. So our acquisition stage is 100% complete, and the second stage, which is the demolition of properties and the rehabilitation of the land, is at 90% completion, Councillor Wines, with 264 dwellings removed. And our mapping shows that in the most recent weather event, of the 293 properties acquired, 189 of them would likely have been affected by this recent event. That's 189 of the most vulnerable households in Brisbane saved from the experience of seeing their homes inundated with flood water. We're getting better and better at predicting how flood water will move around our catchment and how it will affect particular streets and suburbs. But we can't stop the rain, and we know that Brisbane is built on a floodplain, and we know that there have been homes and families and businesses affected again by flooding this month. Some of those are going to be residents who declined to be part of the program, and we know that according to our mapping, a possible 59 of those homes would have been affected. Which is why the Lord Mayor has written to the Premier and to the Prime Minister expressing our willingness to continue delivering on this effective and successful program should further state and federal funding be made available. We know that the VHBB program has changed lives and has changed the way flooding impacts on our communities. We know because we committed funding and started all this back in 2006. We know because it was our experience and expertise that was drawn on to deliver the VHBB program from 2022, and we know because we can see vacant plots and newly created parkland rather than homes. Madam Chair, the mechanisms are already in place, and we are best placed to continue delivering for the residents of Brisbane that they might continue to be safe, confident and ready.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, in the past, you and your LNP colleagues have loudly supported the Live Like Her Challenge, Homeless Connect and other charity events linked to those experiencing homelessness. But then, last week, you made the call to evict those experiencing homelessness out of Brisbane parks with little warning. You used to say Brisbane is a big city with a big heart. You used to say it was not illegal to be homeless in Brisbane. Lord Mayor, did you have a change of heart, or have you just been good at hiding how heartless you really are?
Lord Mayor.
Well, Councillor Cassidy, I think you'd have to be pretty heartless to allow people to stay in squalid and dangerous tent encampments when there is crisis accommodation available right now. You would have to be...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Can you please resume your seat? Members of the public gallery, I remind you that under the conditions of entry and the Council's meeting local law, members of the public are not permitted to call out and interrupt the proceedings of the Council. Members of the public gallery who do not comply with these requirements will be asked to leave or removed from the public gallery. And I remind councillors, Councillor Massey, you are warned. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. When the homelessness crisis deepened a couple of years ago, we heard very clearly from the state government at the time that there was no crisis accommodation available. And as a result, it was the right thing to do at the time to give people the flexibility to the long-standing local laws that prevented camping in parks. Now, those local laws that prevent...
In the wake of the cyclone, you're making people unhoused.
I've already advised people in the public... One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Massey.
Typical LNP. Shame.
I ask members of the public gallery who continue to call out to immediately vacate the public gallery, please. Councillor Dixon, can I please have a 15-minute adjournment while people
Chair,
are
I move that this council meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes or so in accordance with the Chair's order, which commences only when all other councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Givney for a 15 adjournment while the public gallery is cleared. All those in favour say aye. All those... No.
Point of order! Order! Point of order, the motion hasn't been moved to the vote. The motion hasn't been moved
Councillors,
to the vote.
all those in favour? Aye. Those against, no?
No!
The ayes have it.
Division!
Yeah. A division has been called by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please refrain from calling out in the gallery. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour and 8 against.
The ayes have it. The council will clear for 15 minutes. Members of the public gallery, I remind you that under the conditions of entry and the council's meeting local law, members of the public are not permitted to express dissent or disapproval or interrupt proceedings of council. Members of the public gallery who don't comply with these requirements will be asked to leave or be removed from the public gallery. I also remind all councillors that you are not to be speaking while another councillor is on their feet. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. How much time have I got?
4 minutes.
Okay, great, fantastic. So, as I was saying, when a couple of years ago, when we started first seeing tents appearing in parks, not only in Brisbane but also across southeast Queensland, we were advised by the state government that there was no crisis accommodation available. And obviously, there's been a long period of underinvestment in public and social housing, and it all came to a head in a heartbreaking way. And so, despite the fact that since 1926, not recently, since 1926, it has been not permitted to set up tents in parks, we absolutely decided to make sure that for people that have no other options, that we would take an approach that showed flexibility. And that is exactly what we did. Now, things have changed in a number of ways. Firstly, some of these encampments have become increasingly violent and unsafe. Not just for members of the public wanting to use their parkland, but for the people in the tent encampments themselves. And this violence is something that's become increasingly concerning. It's something that residents from across Brisbane have been demanding council respond to. And it is something that is of great concern to all of us and should be great concern to all of us. But the second thing that has happened is that state government, since the 1st of July last year, has already invested $400 million into crisis accommodation. Let me say that number again, 400 million, not 40 million, not 4 million, $400 million into crisis accommodation. There is crisis accommodation available, there are options available, and we know that for a fact. And in fact, just when last week I met with the Minister for Housing, who it was a breath of fresh air, because when I'd met with previous ministers for housing, you know what their response was? One of them in particular, a Labor minister, said, why doesn't council use their council-owned caravan parks to house people? The ignorance there was incredible. We don't actually have any council-owned caravan parks. But for a Minister for Housing to abrogate their responsibility and to put it onto councils, that's what we were dealing with for years and years. Thankfully, we now have a government that wants to make a difference, wants to get people in to accommodation that is available and is prepared to fund it as well.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Dixon, can you please call for an adjournment? Just one moment.
Chair,
just one moment,
I move
Councillor
that council
Dixon.
now adjourn for a period.
Just one moment. Just one.
Yep.
Have you talked to anyone that works in crisis accommodation? Have you talked to homeless people? No.
Just waiting for the gallery to be quiet.
Turn around and say that people are choosing to sleep in parks.
Okay, Councillor Dixon, can I have an adjournment? I want to, now that we are going to clear all of the gallery, so I ask for an adjournment whilst that is done.
Chair, I move that council now adjourn for a period to enable the chair to remove the public gallery.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Gibney for an adjournment of 15 minutes while the gallery is cleared. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy.
Division.
Seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 7 against.
Motion is carried. Councillors will now adjourn for 15 minutes while the gallery is cleared. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was saying, we have now a situation where crisis accommodation is available, and even beyond the normal types of crisis accommodation that you would expect to see, the government's gone one step further and is putting many people up in hotel rooms. And so what we have now is a very clear situation where there is a choice between camping in a dangerous encampment in a park and being in a hotel room, which is why it is extraordinary that the people opposite, the Labor Green Coalition of Chaos, are quite happy to see permanent encampments in our parks, while we know their record of disgracefully opposing new homes being built.
One moment, please.
They have made a career out of opposing new homes.
Councillors, Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Massey, I caution you about calling out and talking while another councillor is on their feet. You know the rules. Lord Mayor.
And so our position is simple. We want to get people out of tents and into accommodation. It is as simple as that. The accommodation is available and we're working with the state government to get people safe inside.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired. Councillor Cassidy. Further questions? Councillor Gibney.
Thank you.
My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, following the 2022 floods, you commissioned a review of Council's response so that lessons could be learnt. That review informed our response in rebuilding and recovering from the devastation experienced by many residents, businesses and community organisations. It also outlined a range of areas in which we could better serve Brisbane in a natural disaster. Although a cyclone wasn't envisaged in the 2022 review, can you outline to the Chamber how you plan on ensuring Council learns any lessons from this event?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Givney, for the question. It's definitely important after every significant natural disaster that we learn any lessons to be learnt from it, so that each time we can make sure our response for the community, the support that we provide for the community is better and better each time. And so after the devastating 2022 floods, we commissioned an independent review by the Honourable Paul de Jersey, former Governor of Queensland and former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of Queensland. And his review made 37 recommendations. He received public submissions, he received submissions from councillors, he reviewed all of the information at hand, and based on that made 37 recommendations on how we can improve our disaster response as a council. And I'm pleased to say that all of those recommendations were accepted and all of those recommendations were acted on. Having said that, we've now been through a different type of situation and a different natural disaster. And so I think it's important that we, once again, have an independent review into what we can learn from this and to advise us on how we can do better in the future. And so today I can confirm that the Honourable Paul de Jersey will again conduct a review into the tropical cyclone Alfred, or ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, and advising us on any further recommendations, areas that can be improved, and it is important that we do this. And so I want to thank Mr de Jersey for agreeing once again. We know that Mr de Jersey is incredibly well respected for not only an incredible career in the law and being at the pinnacle of the law in Queensland, but also as an amazing Governor of Queensland who brought people together and performed that role with excellence and honour. And so we will be kicking off this review. There will also be an opportunity for submissions from councillors, submissions from the public, submissions from advocacy agencies and groups. And that will form an important part of the process as well, just as it did in the past. But thanks to the work that Mr de Jersey did last time, we were better prepared in so many ways for this event. And the evidence was there. The recommendations that were accepted and implemented allowed us to be able to respond in a better way. I particularly want to thank those in the organisation, in our City Resilience team, the CEO. Obviously, I'll say more about that later, but it was a real team effort in gearing up our response. And also, the cooperation that we had with other levels of government as well was critically important, whether it was the Premier, Minister McAllister, Jenny McAllister from the federal government, who joined many of our meetings at the State Disaster Management meetings. There was great cooperation between the different levels of government. There was great cooperation between different agencies. But as I said, it's important and critical that we learn lessons from every event. And every event is different. Every disaster is different. This is the first time that I have personally experienced a tropical cyclone. And I know for many Brisbane residents, it was also their first experience as well. And thankfully, it did not strike land at Category 2, as was predicted. It was downgraded to Category 1. But definitely, I know that the city prepared well, the region prepared well, everyone worked together well, and let's see what we can do even better in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, both ALP and LNP governments at all levels, including your administration, have repeatedly failed to deliver long-term, safe, secure and supported housing for all. Last week, your actions demonstrated not just neglect, but a deliberate choice to shrink responsibility, spread disinformation, and vilify some of the most vulnerable members of our community. Given this failure in leadership, will you now
Councillor
resign, acknowledging that you are incapable of leading Brisbane with the compassion its people deserve?
Lord Mayor.
Any political party that thinks it's okay to leave people indefinitely in camps, in parks, has a lack of empathy. Any political party
Point of
and
order.
political leader.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor.
The question
Point of order,
was, will you
haven't called
resign?
yet, Councillor Massey. What is your point of order? Councillor Massey, what is your point of order?
The point of order, the question was, will you resign?
That is not a point of order. I do not uphold your point of order. Lord Mayor.
Any political councillor, any political activist that thinks it's okay to leave people indefinitely in encampments in parks while simultaneously opposing housing being built, which is the record of those opposite, should be ashamed of themselves, because in the end, they can put up all the problems they want, but they offer no solutions. They offer criticism, they offer slander, they offer attack, they offer protest and activism, but they don't offer any solutions at all. And in fact, the solution to the housing crisis, which is to build more homes, they have been critical in opposing homes. They get elected by opposing homes. They make it a big part of their platform in campaigns to oppose development, yet that is exactly what this city needs. We need more homes. Now, since I have been the Lord Mayor, this council has approved 57,000 new homes. Since I have been the Lord Mayor, those opposite in the Labor and the Green coalition of chaos have opposed 30,000 of those homes. That is their record. They should be ashamed. They should resign.
Further one moment, please. Further questions? Councillor Adamant.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. My question is to the Chair of the City Standards Committee. Councillor Hutton, can you please update us on the impacts caused by ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, Council's response and our recovery plan?
Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I thank Councillor Adamant for the question. Alfred was undoubtedly one of the most extraordinary weather events our city has ever experienced. While Brisbane is no stranger to major floods and severe storms, the arrival of Alfred brought an entire new level of complexity. But as we've seen time and time again, our city is at its best when we come together. Residents, council officers, volunteers and emergency responders have all worked tirelessly together to ensure that we keep Brisbane moving. From the start, we knew that preparation was paramount. Well before Alfred made land, the Schrinner Council took the decisive steps to prepare homes and businesses for extreme weather. We ramped up gully cleaning, removed build-up debris from stormwater drains and expanded street sweeping efforts in known flood-prone locations. These preemptive measures ensured that our water infrastructure was as free-flowing as possible during some of the heaviest rains. One of the more visible parts of our preparedness, however, was the sandbag distribution. We started with a robust stockpile of more than 100,000 sandbags across various council depots. Demand, however, soared so quickly that by the 3rd of March, 74,000 sandbags had already walked out the door. In the end, nearly 500,000 sandbags were handed out, shattering all previous records. It is more than triple the number of sandbags that Council delivered in the 2022 floods, with our depots running around the clock to keep up. We opened 7 temporary sandbag facilities across the city, including locations like Mortimer Road Park, Whites Hill Reserve and Athos Park. I want to extend my gratitude to every staff member and volunteer who worked tirelessly to fill, stack and distribute hundreds of thousands of sandbags in such a short time. Their energy and dedication ensured our city could be better prepared from the flooding that followed. As Alfred drew closer, we also anticipated the volume of storm debris would grow exponentially. Fallen tree limbs, snapped branches, leaves and green waste could inevitably turn into missiles with cyclonic winds expected. To address this, the Schrinner Council introduced free green waste drop-offs at all 4 resource recovery centres and extended their operations late into the evening. We wanted to ensure that everyone had the ability to prepare for the storm, and those who may be working during the day had time to drop off in the evening. Over the last 2 weeks, residents have dropped off more than 4,500 tonne of green waste citywide. Little did we know that South East Queensland would experience its largest ever power outage, with more than 300,000 homes without their lights on, leaving many households with spoiled foods and extra rubbish. To help with the sudden demand for waste, we placed over 750 bins across 200 locations in the city. It allowed residents to safely dispose of perishable items without overwhelming their regular wheelie bin. In the wake of Alfred's winds and rains, we switched from preparedness to recovery mode. Compliance Rapid Response Group turned our into a rapid damage assessment team, completing immediate checks of damage and closed roads and tree debris. Within 7 days, they compiled more than 1,100 rapid damage assessment reports that guided our cleanup efforts. These insights allowed us to send the right crews, the arborists, the road maintenance crews, and PSO officers to the areas that needed it most urgently. Our crews have worked tirelessly throughout the immediate response phase, clearing debris from road, footpaths, and public spaces. Over the next few weeks, our crews will continue to drive our recovery effort, removing remaining hazards and sediment, preparing damaged infrastructure and amenities. We want to ensure that our assets are safe, clean, and ready for use. I'm also pleased to say that our special flood waste collections have started for flood-affected homes. If residents have any furniture, clothes, toys, or general household items that have been damaged by the floods, please place them out on the curb. It's important to note that our regular large item curbside collection service will resume commencing on the 24th of March, starting in Mansfield, Carina and Carina Heights. I also want to extend my appreciation to the residents in Hawthorn, Hemmant, Lota, Wynnum and Lytton who brought their large curbside items in ahead of Cyclone Alfred. To ensure that they don't miss out, these residents will be resuming their services commencing on the 31st of March. Madam Chair, in closing, I want to extend my sincere thanks to everyone involved, our dedicated council officers, our volunteers and especially our residents. Alfred may have tested us in ways that we've never imagined, but together we have proved that our resilience and ensured that our city was ready. Our strength lies in our community, and I have no doubt that whatever challenges come our way in this city, we'll face them with the same determination and unity.
Just before I go on to, I do ask councillors, if you're having conversations, they're quite loud, take them outside, please, not while other councillors are on their feet speaking. Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, you have been very critical of the previous state government for not providing funding to council for a new SES depot at Bracken Ridge. When will this new SES depot be built, now that your LNP friend David Crisafulli is Premier and you can get whatever you want from him?
Lord Mayor.
Well, I'm not sure I can get whatever I want from him, but we'll certainly try. We'll certainly try. And there's certainly been a great level of cooperation, and it's a positive start. And so one of the very first things we're discussing, and there is a long list because there's been a decade of frustration and obfuscation of making life harder for local government from previous governments. And it's nice to have a different approach. And so that's one of the things that we'll continue to discuss with the state government, and we look forward to having some good news for people, because certainly council has continued to be able to do its part and offer its support for this and put its funding on the table, and it'd be nice to see that matched by the state government. But I do remember, though, the dishonest campaign we saw last year during the election, where the Labor councillors and their campaign went with big advertising claiming that we had cut funding for the SES depot, when that in fact was entirely false. It was entirely false. We put our funding on the table and repeatedly...
One moment please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Collier, you asked the question and the Lord Mayor is trying to answer it. Do not call out. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We put our funding on the table and repeatedly the state government knocked back the request for matching the funding and their funding to be on the table. And so rather than telling people the truth, which is the Labor state government rejected the partnership opportunity, no, they tried to criticise us. That tells you all they need to know about the people opposite and what they'll say and do to try and score political points. We've seen it today, and look, we're happy to debate any of these issues, but let's debate them on the truth
One moment,
and
please,
the facts.
Lord Mayor. One moment. One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier, I caution you. I've already asked you not to call out while the Lord Mayor is answering the question. Lord Mayor.
And another little gem that we discovered from the last state government is it's called the State Emergency Service, right? It's not the Brisbane Emergency Service, it's not the Council Emergency Service, it's the State Emergency Service. But we provide a high level of support to our SES because they do a fantastic job. But you know what the state government, the former state Labor government, wanted to do? They wanted to charge council ratepayers rent to host an SES depot on land that was already owned by the taxpayers. They wanted to charge us rent for the State Emergency Service to be on state-owned land. This is just an example of what we had to put up with from the former government for years and years and years, who just wanted to play politics, didn't want to get good outcomes, just wanted to abrogate their own responsibilities.
1 moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Cassidy and Collier, just because you don't like the answer doesn't mean you can call out. You ask the question, the Lord Mayor is trying to answer it. And I ask you to stop calling out. Lord Mayor.
And it also reminds me, Madam Chair, of a meeting I had with, once again, the former state government to try and find a new SES depot location somewhere close to the Rockley area, because we know that Rockley is prone to significant flooding. And so we were working to try and get the state government to cooperate with us on the many parcels of state land that were nearby to the Rockley area. And, whether it is the QE2 hospital site, which is state government owned, whether it is the Jong Tong Centre, which is next door, which is state government owned, or whether it is actually across in the university, the Griffith University site, which is state owned as well. There are a lot of opportunities in that part of the world that if we had some state support and state agreement, we could have set up a new depot there as well. And so, I'm not sure why you thought it was a good idea to ask this question, Councillor Collier, because, the record of the state Labor government was appalling. And it just gives me real cause to question the political judgment that's being exercised here, that you would ask a question on something which, the record of the Labor Party is so appalling. And so we'll continue to support our SES. We'll continue to do everything we can to support them, and we'll continue to advocate with the state government of any colour to get a better outcome for the people of Brisbane.
Thank you, Lord. Councillors, that now ends question time.
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Collier.
Massey.
Sorry, Councillor Massey.
I move to suspend standing orders to move an emergency motion.
1 moment. As this is a procedural motion, we'll now move to the vote.
Second, you just go second it.
Second it.
Moved by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Chongwa. We'll now move to the vote. All those in favour say aye. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The noes have it. Motion is lost.
Division.
Division is called.
We don't even know what we're voting. The standing, I'm trying to move, and they're not.
We are
they didn't let
voting
me
to
say what
suspend
the
standing
yes.
orders, Councillor
And I can
Massey,
say the motion that I'm trying to move.
That is the only thing that we're voting on.
No, shouldn't I be point of order, Chair? I am allowed to say.
1 moment, I haven't asked you for your point of order.
So my point of order, Chair, is clarification.
I haven't asked you yet. Point of order, Councillor Massey.
Chair, I was basically saying that I wasn't able to say what the emergency motion was.
No, Councillor Massey, that is not a point of order. I'm telling you that you can ask for the standing orders so that you can move a motion, but we said no. The council said no. So it is not for you to get up and talk about the motion. We'll now move to the Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 17th of March. Councillor Massey, did you want your division? Yeah. Well. Thank you. We've already done that part, Councillor Johnston, and a division was called. The ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 7 in favour and 19 against.
Motion is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 17th of March 2025.
Madam Chair, I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 17th of March 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, 17th of March 2025 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chairman, I refer you to item A, the contracts and tendering report, and I refer you to page 3 of the report. It's contract number 5, Queensland University of Technology Intercampus Bus Shuttle.
Point of order, Madam Chair, that's the wrong report.
We're not up to that one yet. Sorry, Councillor Johnston. We're doing the special one first.
Oh.
Yep. Okay. So we'll go to that one when we get to that. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This particular item is a resolution to thank council officers for the work they did in preparing for and responding to ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. And so, as we have done in the past after significant major events, there's so much gratitude that we have for the amazing council team in every part of council that has worked so hard, gone above and beyond, and come together to support their community, their city, in the preparation for and response for the tropical cyclone. As I mentioned earlier, the prospect of having a tropical cyclone cross the coast so far south is relatively rare, and while it has happened before, certainly not to the extent that it's come directly for Brisbane like we saw with ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. And so I guess one of the fortunate things we had was warning that started on the Sunday before, and that warning allowed all three levels of government to gear up a joint response and readiness effort. And that warning involved council officers working around the clock, not only to run the local disaster coordination centre, but also to support the local disaster management group, of which I'm the chair, and to make sure that we learnt from the lessons of previous natural disasters, but also were ready quickly and communicated with the community on important issues that they needed to know about. And to see an LDCC, or a local disaster coordination centre, in full swing, in operation, is an amazing sight. You have a 24-hour operation with people from all different sections of council. You also have other agencies involved, agencies like the Queensland Police, the Queensland Fire Department. You have representatives from Energex, Secwater, Queensland Urban Utilities. You have a whole range of organisations represented there related to emergency services. You have the Brisbane SES, all working together in an incredible effort to make sure that we respond and we are ready. And one of the things that was quite clear this time is that lessons had been learnt from 2022 and from previous disasters, because there were plans on a whole range of things that were ready to go. There was work that had been done, sometimes a number of years ago, that was ready to go. And also there was preparation that was done in the lead up to summer this year as well. Now you'll remember, and it seems like a long time ago, that we had an incredibly wet November. One of the wettest Novembers that we've had for many, many years, and the rainfall that we had in the lead up to Christmas was quite concerning. And at the time, if that rainfall had have continued, there would have been potentially a dire situation for the city. We had a brief reprieve after Christmas where things improved, and then lo and behold, a tropical cyclone came our way. But a lot of preparation had been done in advance. Things like ensuring that double our normal supply of sandbags were ready. They were pre-filled and ready for collection. 100,000, double the normal 50,000 that we go into a summer with, because we knew that there were potential risks this summer. We knew that the risk was additional rainfall. We didn't know that the risk was a tropical cyclone, but having said that, a tropical cyclone brings rain and flooding after it. And so I want to thank in particular the leadership that's been provided by our CEO, Kerry Freeman, Dr. Kerry Freeman. And I was around when our former CEO, Colin Jensen, started in the role. And guess when he started? He started in late 2010, just before the 2011 flood occurred. And so he came in as a new CEO and responded immediately to the 2011 flood. And Dr. Freeman came in December, in fact on the 16th of December last year, and within a short period of time had to deal with another major disaster. And so Dr. Freeman's leadership was very clear. The way in which she approached the crisis, taking it seriously and coordinating the efforts across council and other agencies was a credit to her, but also the way that she was able to make the whole council team work together in a way that was a beautiful thing to see. But my thanks goes beyond the CEO down to every single member of this organisation who played a role, and virtually every single member of this organisation did play a role. And to start naming individuals beyond the CEO, I would have to name all 9,000 people in council because so many people played an important role, but the leadership from the top was critical, and the way that Dr. Freeman ensured that everyone worked together, and then council officers doing what they do well. but not just doing what they do well in a normal situation, but responding to a challenge, responding to a disaster and going above and beyond. And you could see it in the response. During a disaster like this, in the end, everyone still gets paid for a normal work week, right? There's no extra pay for a disaster. You get paid the normal amount of hours that you get paid, but everyone worked longer, everyone worked harder, everyone gave of themselves, and I am deeply grateful for that effort. And I know the people of Brisbane are also deeply grateful for that effort. It's easy to sort of look back and say, well, you know, it wasn't as bad as it could have been, but the reality is it could have been significantly worse. You could have had a dual disaster of tens of thousands of trees coming down, property damage, facility damage right across the city at a massive scale, plus an incredible flooding event as well. That could have quite easily been the outcome of the cyclone and then the floods that follow. We were fortunate that it came to us at a Category 1 and was downgraded as it hit the land, but that doesn't take away or change anything that I'm saying in support of the council officers and staff that ensured that we were prepared. And so I say again, thank you from the bottom of my heart on behalf of the administration, on behalf of the people of Brisbane. I am so proud of every single council officer. I am so proud of every single person that's worked in this organisation on the response and on the preparation. You did us proud, and I'm grateful.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on this item today, and Council's workforce needs more thanking than just a committee item. It feels a little bit disingenuous, to say the least, that this feels like the Lord Mayor's view is that the response to Tropical Cyclone Alfred is done and dusted, the thanks are done, and the LNP are just moving on now. We've just come out, while we're having this item to thank staff, this is just the other side of an EBA negotiation that was protracted, that LNP politicians continued to stick to their guns and said they were worth more than the workers of Brisbane City Council when it came to a wage increase. We saw concerted attacks on workers' entitlements from the LNP. We know that there's something like 400 less staff working in council today than there was about 18 months ago as a result of the LNP's bungled budget. And back in 2022, we found out that there weren't enough staff to do the basics during a disaster, like providing sandbags and road closures. But we fast forward to 2025 and it seemed like there were even less able to do it. And those staff that are out there in the field working their guts out are really feeling it. They're really feeling it. I know the Lord Mayor speaks to and has spoken to the CEO and senior executive management level staff within council. I'm not sure how many conversations he's had with those council officers who are out on the ground. And I saw that firsthand at the sandbagging operation at Boondall, particularly. On the last day of operations there on that Thursday before Tropical Cyclone Alfred, there was one council staff member, one staff member from the Brisbane Entertainment Centre, 2 police officers and me, who ran the whole operation for the first couple of hours of that sandbagging operation. There were some other staff, council staff, that arrived a bit later who were office-based council staff who came out to lend a hand, a much appreciated hand. And you've got to ask yourself the question, the Lord Mayor just said there's 9,000 staff within Brisbane City Council. How, during a disaster in an organisation of 9,000 staff, is that only one could be spared to open and operate a sandbagging operation that had a demand of thousands of people lined up needing to get sandbags? Now, the first couple of days of operations there at Boondall, there were some legends on hand to coordinate those efforts. One of Council's traffic controllers, Rodney, a rare person within council that's directly employed as a traffic controller, not a contractor, and his team pulled some massive shifts on those first few days to manage that flow of thousands of cars at any one time through that car park. And I can say Brisbane Entertainment Centre event traffic control could learn a thing or two from Rodney's team. They were amazing there. And there was Andrew, who's normally a gardener at Newstead Park. He managed the arrival of sand and bags over the first couple of days, was pulled from his normal duties at Newstead Park, sent out there and said, "You're now managing a sandbagging operation for thousands and thousands of people," and he did amazing work. There were some tense moments where Andrew would be on his phone, I'd be on mine, and we were asking the same question but to different people. Where are the sandbags? Where we would wait an hour or 2 hours between the delivery of sandbags and the delivery of sand in those first few days, while hundreds and then thousands of people waited patiently in line. Michael picked up the work, that work on Thursday out there. So I say to them particularly, my first-hand experience working alongside them for many, many hours, thank you to them. To all the traffic controllers, council workers who were pulled from other jobs, including a whole bunch on that Thursday of outcome managers from across Brisbane who came to Boondall on the Thursday, I say thank you. Boondall was the biggest and best run site in Brisbane, and it ran on the very definition of skeleton staff. By its very nature, its design, obviously the car park there lent itself to that. But it was quite amazing to see that skeleton staff of 1, 2, then 3 council staff running that operation, backed up by dozens and dozens of community volunteers who would fill their own bags and then stick around for an hour and help people fill theirs as well. That was great to see. But clearing tree debris has also been running on skeleton staff too, as it seems, as we've discovered. Before the sit reps were cut off from councillors, there were some very telling figures in them. One that jumped out at me was that there was just 8 council crews available to clear trees in the week that followed the crossing of ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, which explains why there's such an enormous reliance on external contractors now in tree work. It also explains, that goes a long way to explaining why the Lord Mayor continues to refuse to provide a basic service that so many people pay for and expect through their rates, which is a green waste curbside collection. His announcement of a so-called Ute Army has basically been collecting tree branches from the curbside for free for council. Even today, volunteers that are out of my ward are clearing tree debris from trees on public land out the front of community clubs, and they're barely scratching the surface of what is needed. People pay their rates and then they see volunteers doing council's job and really scratch their head. And then the Lord Mayor, we see, claims that every single person that took green waste to the dump over the last week was somehow a foot soldier in his little operation, when in reality they were just cleaning their yards. The delusion out of the Lord Mayor's office is quite immense. I want to give a really special thanks to contact centre staff, constantly updating information, sometimes hours and even days after the Lord Mayor made announcements in the media, because he didn't also then follow up with a plan on carrying out those decrees that he was making unilaterally. So I know they were scrambling to try and cobble together information that could then be passed on to the public, because the Lord Mayor certainly didn't think of that when he announced those things. It was especially even to councillors. Now, I know that was a very stressful time for them, and it continues to be, so thank you for the work that you're doing. Imagine having to update council's website to say that buses were returning to the streets, and then 2 hours later having to change that, but only really finding out, those people finding out because the Lord Mayor posted on his personal social media, who some councillors still at the time understand the bans might have been lifted, but several councillors were blocked from even seeing the Lord Mayor's content. It wasn't on council's official social media and it wasn't on council's website. And then the City Cat issue was a 15-minute turnaround. Lord Mayor announced, and then 15 minutes later it changed. So I know that stress has been immense on those staff. Those bus drivers who were put in harm's way on Monday the 10th of March by a decision made exclusively by the Lord Mayor, and instead of apologising to them, he's offered them a sausage sizzle now. I want to thank LDCC staff who are constantly chasing information for councillors and our officers after the Lord Mayor made media announcements that they didn't even know about. We put a call in a couple of hours after the Lord Mayor made the announcement and they said, we'll have to find the information because that has not been passed on to the LDCC. Now, a number of times I would call and ask for some clarification and it would take hours, if not days, to get back to me. Is absolutely no reflection on those staff. No. It is a reflection on the leadership style of this Lord Mayor, centralised control and limiting of information. Now, while these workers did an amazing job, it's not lost on them what is going wrong in council after years of restructures, cuts and contracting out, and the centralisation of decision-making inside the Lord Mayor's office with little consultation or notification to staff. I heard some very interesting things come directly from council staff over the last week or week and a half or so. Someone mentioned that the Lord Mayor was coming to Boondall for a media op, which never eventuated during the sandbagging operations. And a few of those council workers on site said something very pertinent. They would like to ask him for the $400 million back that he cut because those staff cuts are hurting those staff who are left behind. Another direct quote sums up the feeling for those who are working on the ground in council. I couldn't say this better myself. Shriner shoots from the mouth and we are left to mop up. Staff are left to mop up. It seems after 3 years the LNP have not learnt from the 2022 flood disaster. And what's worse, after years of cuts, they have made the response even harder for our hard-working staff.
One moment, Councillor Cassidy.
This is a submission thanking council staff, and all we've heard Councillor Cassidy do is score cheap political points.
Thank you.
We need to bring him back to the purpose of the report.
Yeah. Councillor Cassidy, can you come back to what the report is about?
Thanks very much, Chair. So after these years of cuts, we've seen the work of council staff become harder and harder and harder. We value the work the council staff do.
I have asked you to come back to the report, please, and that is the motion of appreciation. We're not talking about...
I appreciate the work the council staff do. Yep. Councillors in the opposition appreciate the work the council staff do because we don't attack them like the LNP do. We don't cut staff from council's operations like the LNP do. So I say to those council staff, thank you. Yep. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And because the Lord Mayor won't say it, sorry for what you have to endure at work because of the political decisions that the Lord Mayor and his office makes.
Further speakers?
Chair, I wish to rise on item A on the resolution of appreciation to council officers who have worked tirelessly throughout the recent ex-tropical cyclone Alfred weather event and continue to do so. Firstly, I want to thank the City Resilience team who spend a significant amount of time preparing the city for these events, and this event showed we were prepared for the worst but hoping for the best. We're very grateful to the team that rostered themselves for the councillor liaison, meaning that councillors like me had a line for the many queries that came through our ward offices. There were many council officers who stepped away from their usual roles to step up into the disaster management roles. Thank you, and we are very grateful. Locally, Hamilton Ward didn't experience the flooding effects that had occurred in 2022, and I'm thankful and very grateful that for the time that we had to prepare, and it was also pleasing to see that many people had learnt from previous events to make their properties and businesses more resilient. So I thank council officers who are now part of the clean-up for our many clubs, cleaning up the roads, just very grateful for the work that will continue in the many weeks ahead. Sandbagging was a massive part of the preparation phase for this severe weather event, and many of our team saw the work firsthand at the pop-up sites for sandbagging. My closest one was the Boondall Entertainment Centre, and it was clear to see City Standards and its staff did an incredible job getting these stations underway so quickly. Staff in the City Standards Division, along with City Resilience, are front and centre of this weather event. Whether it is sandbags or waste collection, council officers in this division were certainly an integral part of the operation. So a big thank you to the Waste Services team for organising the many bin collections as possible and continuing to work hard to deal with the missed pickups that have occurred. If it wasn't already clear, but City Standards is definitely truly at the coalface of council operations. Councillor Hutton, there's certainly not an area that goes untouched by your team. I also want to place on record a big thank you to the Transport for Brisbane team. It was truly a logistics operation to keep our fleet and most importantly our operators safe. A special thanks to the Eagle Farm Depot in the Hamilton ward for being the temporary location for the Virginia Depot buses, but more broadly, a big thank you to everyone in Transport for Brisbane for their role played during this event. Councillor Wines, it would be amiss of me not to mention the Brisbane infrastructure team, who also play a big role in preparing our city, but also an essential role in recovery in Brisbane, from the Metro Transport Management Centre, the maintenance crews that repair and clean our roads so quickly so we can keep Brisbane moving, and also just a big effort. Finally, a big shout out to the Council Contact Centre and to each and every one of its operators that would have taken a phone call from the residents before, during and after the event. You really are the front door of Council to many residents, and thank you for your excellent customer service and work during a time of heightened call volumes. Preparations for severe weather events and the recovery post-event are truly a team effort, and every time Council officers step up to work together as a team, to work collaboratively across the city to recover also. So, Chair, on behalf of myself as the local councillor, the residents of Hamilton Ward and the chamber here, thank you to the council staff once again for your incredible efforts to prepare and recover from ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. We appreciate you immensely and know that you will step up again so diligently when another severe weather event presents itself. I will conclude my remarks there. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Chair, and I rise to speak on this special E&C item to thank council staff. I think that council staff have never had to work harder with less resources than they do today, and that is only thanks to the poor decision-making and wrong priorities of this LNP council. I share Councillor Cassidy's sentiments, his remarks that he made earlier. We know that the people of Brisbane are so incredibly grateful of the efforts of every single staff member who worked tirelessly given the circumstances. We are all forever indebted for their work over the past few weeks. Locally and across Brisbane, I know there was just huge angst and anxiety from so many residents just in the lead up to the event because of the swathe of jobs that hadn't been actioned. Because this LNP council refuses to provide proper staffing, proper resources and proper budget for the staff to complete these jobs. We all know, every single councillor I know has people who have contacted their office who have drainage clearing jobs that haven't been done for years and years and years. That is not the fault of the officers, that is the fault of this LNP council and the Lord Mayor, who decides where resources are allocated in this budget and how they are funded. This is not the fault of hardworking council staff. They have to do more work than ever before with less support from this administration. In my opinion, the best way to thank these hardworking council staff isn't to have a special E&C meeting and spend ratepayer dollars on a catered lunch for LNP politicians. If the LNP were actually serious about thanking staff, they'd do things like ensuring job security, resourcing workers properly, and to enshrine and enhance council workers' pay and conditions, not try at every stop to cut them. I couldn't possibly name every single council officer that I worked with locally but I do want to shout out a few particular groups of staff who I know went the extra mile locally in both the preparation, duration and now recovery from the weather event. In particular, I want to shout out bus drivers and ferry operators. It was just a complete schmozzle. There's no other way to describe it. And, you know, for bus drivers and ferry operators to be sent out in what I think was dangerous conditions, especially on the Sunday. You know, we saw ferries going in and positioning for the next day's events when we knew that there was water coming, and debris coming down the river is just it's actually incomprehensible. Bus drivers were sent out on darkened roads with tree debris that were locally flooding. It was just, they went the extra mile. They shouldn't have had to endure these conditions, but they did it anyway because I know every single public transport operator loves what they do and they want to serve the people of Brisbane. So I thank them for their incredible work. Want to thank the arborist teams. I know locally in Morningside Ward, they were out a lot in the preparation, just really trying to do the best with what they had, you know, in particular with a couple of really tricky trees in Bulimba Memorial Park and along Riding Road as well, so just really want to shout them out. The contact centre staff in particular, we all saw just the absolute increase in how many people, you know, were feeling so anxious and seeking answers, and they can only really pass out the information that they were provided. Clearly, there was a huge disconnect between the information that the contact centre staff were being provided and what was being announced on social media or in the media. Want to thank the depot staff. They really were on the front line, and all those extra officers who were called in. You know, I met line markers and parks workers who just came and they just helped out, you know, outcome managers at the sandbag depots where people were feeling really stressed and really emotional, and they did the absolute best under the conditions. The curbside collection contractors, we had that going on in Hawthorn. That was a high source of anxiety, and all the other teams who came in. The community facilities team, who did a really good job at proactively reaching out to community facilities and are now working with them where they're flood damaged or wind damaged. The LDCC staff, and just again reiterating my thanks to all the staff who have pulled off their usual duties and just did what had to be done.
Further speakers, Councillor Collier. Sorry, Councillor Gibney. Sorry, Councillor Collier.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today to speak on the resolution to extend my deepest gratitude to the volunteers, businesses and council teams who all stepped up before, during and after ex-Cyclone Alfred in the Wynnum Manly ward. To the Loader Depot team, who went above and beyond with sandbagging, ensuring residents had the resources they needed to protect their homes. Your dedication has not gone unnoticed, especially those who worked through the night to ensure more residents were able to protect their homes. Thanks also goes to our traffic controllers, including Colin Flanders and his teams, who did a fabulous job keeping our community safe and moving smoothly. I personally know how busy the depot got, and with many team members there staying after their shifts to even give a hand out the front, I'm so thankful. Thanks to the volunteers, Michael and Marley, and the others who just rocked up to help put sandbags in cars. We thank you. I'd also like to give a special acknowledgement to Councillor Hutton, Chair of City Standards, and her team, including Kristen Booth and Toby Moore, for their incredible work managing the mammoth task of waste collection and disposal in the past weeks. In the Wynnum Manly ward, with the suspension of curbside collection and increased demands on the weekly waste services, their team worked tirelessly to offer alternatives to residents whose waste was unable to be collected last week because the trucks were flooded in. Thank you to the LDCC team members who are ready to support our ward officers with any issues that came up during this time of uncertainty. We appreciate all that you were able to do for us and our communities. I also thank the contact centre. I know that during this time of changing weather conditions and uncertainty, it was very difficult to keep our community informed, and you did this so well. To the Ute Army volunteers, who have been absolutely incredible in my ward. They gave up their time, they brought their vehicles, and they worked tirelessly to get the green waste off the streets and out of the yards. I want to thank you. I personally want to thank Georgia, Audrey, Blass, Paul, Ashley, Liam, Wayne, Peter Cumming, Peter, who came all the way from Boondall with his truck, and I appreciate you all supporting our Bayside community. To my family, Ben, Maggie and Charlie, who helped all weekend in our ward, and to my ward team members, Lisa, Simone, Charlotte and Xavier, I thank you too. I'd like to make a special mention of Max and Troy, who have worked several days and undertaken over half the log jobs as a dynamic duo. These two local heroes, I'm now sure, will call each other friends forever. A huge thank you to Scott Power and the BMD group and the team 4M crew for giving up their teams to help both my ward and Councillor Atwood's ward too. Your support has made an enormous difference in getting our community back on its feet. Our hard-working volunteers show the true meaning of community spirit. We only have a few jobs to finish in our ward, but this level of commitment, because of this level of commitment, we're almost there. A heartfelt thank you to each and every one of you for your kindness, your resilience and your willingness to step up. And I thank you and all the council team members who are able to do this. Thank you very much.
Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak to item A, and I would like to start with some thanks. Firstly, to the council officers who work in my office, my staff, and certainly the extraordinary volume of work that has occurred over the past 2 weeks has added enormously to their workload. And I particularly want to thank Claire, Camille and Julia for their extraordinary efforts over the past 2 weeks. They've gone above and beyond the call of duty for a number of reasons. As some people know, I fractured my arm just over 4 weeks ago now, so not only have I relied on them enormously, they have stepped up to help me get to where I need to go. Together with a lot of Brisbane bus drivers. I'm incredibly grateful because they were under a lot of pressure with anxious people wanting information and not a lot being available to us. So I just want to particularly put on the record my thanks to my staff, who are all dedicated council officers who went above and beyond the call of duty. I also want to thank all those officers who've worked, council officers who've worked to assist in the disaster response over the past couple of weeks. I know that they have tried their best, and I know that they care very much about the City of Brisbane and that they want to do their best for their community. And I thank them for their hard work, whether they are arborists or bus drivers, librarians, call centre staff, cleaning staff, everyone who has contributed to the disaster. The biggest problem, however, and why this response has been very problematic, is the lack of leadership that has been shown by the Lord Mayor and the LNP Civic Cabinet. I am appalled at the way that this administration, this LNP administration, has over the last few years gutted council staffing, gutted council divisions, including the operational divisions of council, where in previous incidents we've had local parks officers who can assess and respond. We don't have any anymore. They just don't exist. So this LNP administration, far from learning the lessons of previous natural disasters, has failed to heed them. Now, I welcome the Lord Mayor's announcement that there'll be a review of this disaster, because there are quite a few things that I'll be putting in my submission, and my previous submission is online if anybody wants to read it. And there'll be quite a few things that I mentioned to Justice de Jersey. But the first one I want to mention is the failure of the Lord Mayor to work cooperatively with council officers and with councillors with respect to critical information that the public needed to know. And I'm going to give an example of this, and I'm absolutely furious about it. And that is that for days in advance, myself and I know other councillors were asking about evacuation centres being set up. Now, there was no information available about them. We were told they weren't opening. We were told there wouldn't be any local ones. Even in the height of the cyclone, we still had no information about evacuation centres. Now, on top of the cyclone, in my area, I was concerned about flooding that would follow the cyclone. And again, I have people who are in harm's way in my community who have nowhere to go. And there are people who are vulnerable, who may not have local friends and family, and they need emergency shelter. Instead of addressing these issues in a preemptive way, the Lord Mayor stayed quiet. There was no information being provided to councillors. Now, when the information came, I read about it on Councillor Sarah Hutton's Facebook post and immediately rang. I'd been asking the LDCC the day before, what's happening, where are the evacuation centres, when are they opening, asking the CEO in person, writing to the LDCC, our place to seek information. No response from any of them, none. And then the next day, Councillor Sarah Hutton is doing a Facebook post saying evacuation centres are open. This information had not been communicated to councillors and it had only been shared amongst LNP councillors. Now, this is the most disgusting, improper behaviour that I can think of.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak to item A. I really appreciate the opportunity to thank council workers, all emergency response teams like MICA, Emmanuel City Mission, Northwest Community Group, SES, Emergency Services, and our community and our dedicated Greens volunteers. The LDCC, Local Disaster Coordination Centre team, was extremely helpful. Thank you for being so responsive on all matters that I raised that related to the severe weather event emergency, whether it be a resident's concerns, allowing residents to park their car on high ground waiving fees, requesting an extra sandbag depot, or responding to the overland flow mapping situation request. We all pulled together to ensure our residents of Brisbane were kept safe. So thank you to Kerry Freeman, our CEO, Anita, Howard, Pippi, Damon, Greg, and the LDCC team. Kirsty of the Rapid Response Team, plus other council team that responded in the emergency. Of course, there are many more people to thank that I haven't named. I have personally worked on an emergency response, so I know that there are many moving parts, rapidly changing decisions and conditions. I understand that the council staff and experts need to be agile to make quick and extremely important decisions. The environment of emergency response organisation is extremely intense, and I know the adrenaline would have been pumping. I want to thank the staff at the RNA Showground. I checked in at the RNA Showground twice to offer support to any residents that were there. On the second visit, Friday the 7th of March, I was faced with a very intense situation. A very vulnerable homeless lady was seeking emergency accommodation, and it was apparent they needed additional support. However, the staff at the RNA Showground were incredibly supportive to me and this very vulnerable person. Thankfully, through my own lived experience, I have some skills in supporting people with complex needs. However, I could not have achieved the positive outcome of getting this person into an emergency hotel without the people at the refuge centre. So I want to thank all the staff at the RNA Showground Refuge that were there that day. Jade from MICA and the staff at MICA, the chaplain who supported me behind the scenes, you're all incredible. I also want to thank Marty and Ryan, who welcomed and shared expert knowledge on the previous day when I visited the refuge. Our whole community rallied together to keep sandbag depots moving, dropped food off at strangers' homes, shared advice and information, and all sorts of other acts of generosity and solidarity. I love this community, and I love that my job is supporting this kind of work. We can be certain that our community will be here to collectively respond and get us through anything. Lastly, my Paddington team. You are the most incredible people. Thank you, Gabe, Edward, Sam, and Karishma, for your kindness, expertise, prioritisation, response, and energy in supporting me and our Paddington Ward community. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak in relation to item A, our resolution to say a very special thank you to all the work which has been done during ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. Firstly, I'd like to start by extending my heartfelt thanks to all council employees who stepped up during this time and have helped see us through, especially to the City Resilience team and, of course, the local disaster management group, who have led the preparation and response thus far and continue coordinating through the recovery phase. I could not be more proud of the solidarity that was in full force when preparing, reacting and now recovering from this severe weather event. The city's disaster preparation and response efforts would not have been possible without tireless work, collaboration and commitment of all the council officers who dedicated their time within Council's local disaster coordination centre, led by Howard Lovett. These efforts have been instrumental in coordinating and managing disaster operations for our city. By working together and acting quickly, they have helped protect the lives, property and businesses of both our residents and our visitors. This will make our city stronger, Madam Chair, and more resilient from future challenges. To all the officers within City Standards, thank you. From standing up your incident team from 5:30 a.m. on Sunday, the 2nd of March, and preparing your rosters accordingly for the weeks ahead, to assist in the production of hundreds of thousands of sandbags. Thank you. And for all the work that was done within the waste team, from curbside collections to assisting with free green waste drop-offs and extending the hours of the resource recovery in the lead-up, thank you. Thank you to every officer within Transport who assisted with the alternative bus and ferry scheduling, who helped keep kitty cats and kitty cats safe for the impending cyclone, as well as getting them back on the water to keep Brisbane moving. Thank you. Thank you to the officers who swept our flood-prone suburbs in preparation and cleaned out gully boxes to reduce the risk and impact of flooding. I also want to thank all our external stakeholders and fellow LDMG members who played a role in our preparation and response to XTC Alfred. Our Brisbane Local Disaster Management Group comprises of over 30 members. To the Bureau of Meteorology for keeping Council updated throughout the event with real-time intel, which allowed for both comprehensive planning and response activities. Thank you. To Energex, who assisted affected Brisbane residents far and wide to restore power in the lead up, during and after the event. Thank you. To the Queensland Police Service, who spent hours upon hours door-knocking vulnerable residents in the lead up to the event to make sure that they were informed and in the safest possible position. Thank you. To our incredible SES volunteers who stood up yet again for our residents. Thank you. The SES received and completed over 2,700 requests during this period. I'm disappointed, Madam Chair, that Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Collier would seek to politicise a thank you, but I'm not surprised. On a personal note, Madam Chair, I want to thank everyone in my ward office, but finally, I really genuinely and sincerely want to thank our Lord Mayor for his leadership throughout this period.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney to move to afternoon tea. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Councillors, before you do go, I want to thank Annabelle Lloyd, our Coordinator of City Archives, who, if you weren't in the Community and Arts Committee this morning, presented our lovely archives to celebrate the 100th Council meeting. So I know a lot of you have had a look at the items here. They do have to go after afternoon tea. So if you wanted to have a look, please do so now. And then you will also have the motion to our council workers after afternoon tea as well for you to sign, and as well as the book. Thank you. We now adjourn for 15 minutes. Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise today to offer a heartfelt thank you to Brisbane City Council officers who worked tirelessly in their response to ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. Ex-tropical cyclone Alfred reminds us the power of nature and the evolving climate challenges that we now face. More than 50 years ago, Brisbane experienced a devastating impact of Cyclone Dana, and since then the city has undergone a dramatic transformation, especially in terms of the urban landscape. As climate change accelerates, events like ex-Cyclone Alfred are becoming increasingly unpredictable and intense. This only highlights the urgency for cities like Brisbane to adapt and prepare. Over the last 5 decades, Brisbane has grown into a bustling metropolis. Yet this growth has brought with it a heightened vulnerability to extreme weather events. In light of these challenges, I want to especially thank and acknowledge the immense efforts of council staff, Particularly given the additional pressures of staff cuts across multiple departments, I offer my deep gratitude to all Brisbane City Council workers who adapted, preserved, modified their work situations, all the while balancing the demands of their professional roles, while also managing personal challenges at home. My thanks extend across multiple departments, but I'd like to specifically take a moment to highlight the work of a few teams. Firstly, the LDCC liaison team, who worked long hours under difficult communication conditions. I think there was even a moment where I called up asking if I could publicly release information, and my comment was like, it's in a media article, surely it's available for release. We know that these situations were difficult. We know that media releases were sent out first before we could give real-time updates to our communities, but I appreciate them because of the work that they did. They continuously strived and often succeeded in delivering timely updates, responding to countless inquiries and of certainty, no doubt, countless inquiries from many in this room. I want to thank the arborists, whose numbers have been diminished, but nonetheless did very important work in trying conditions. Thank you. I want to thank the rapid response team, who also, in challenging conditions, worked tirelessly in trying to clear debris and ensure safety for so many residents across our communities. The call centre staff, who operated around the clock, providing invaluable support to our residents, deserve recognition also. Information was tough for them and they were working real time, and it's important to acknowledge them. Let's not forget also all the council workers who pivoted to different roles, adapting to the moment while dealing with the personal stress that would have undeniably been associated for preparing their own homes, securing the safety of their families, neighbours and loved ones. Thank you. I want to thank my office staff who worked long hours in the past 2 weeks, not only leading to preparation, but also afterwards. Your work and your dedication, not only to local communities, but any community that contacted us, is deeply appreciated. Ex-Cyclone Alfred serves as a reminder of the importance of climate action and sustainable urban planning to protect our future from similar threats. But right now, the most important thing is to express our thanks to the dedicated staff who did go above and beyond, showing resilience, professionalism, and a deep sense of duty to our community. Thank you for your incredible work.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on this item to say thank you very much for a number of staff and officers within the Brisbane City Council. First of all, Damon Hughes and Alex Jones on ward support, and I'll come to the reasons why I wanted to highlight those two at the beginning, because they really did a magnificent job in supporting my team, which were under very challenging situation at the office. But also I wanted to make special mention to, as well as Greg Spall and Pippi and Rachel from the councillors liaison team as well, the LDCC, because they did a magnificent job in supporting. Also, as I say, I had a very challenging office issue that they helped with as well. And finally, I wanted to mention Grant Murray, who was part of the Connected Communities group now, and who contacted all those leaseholders for the grants program, which was very important to a lot of those community organizations that were impacted by the cyclone. Now, my team at the ward offices say we were under very challenging times. For about 3 days, we had no power and no phones, which as you can probably appreciate is quite challenging. One of my junior officers, who had only been with us like 12 months, because my senior officer, Pam McCready, she was out at Jimboomba with no power and nothing else. She was island, basically, from the Albert River. Anyways, but Jenny Lamb, she had to take the brunt of the phone calls, and there was quite a number of calls that were coming through, and she did that for a junior member who had only been with council for 12 months. She did a magnificent job, and I just want to pay tribute to her as well. Now, as I say, we didn't have power for 3 days, but that was also the library as well. Wasn't open for that period of time. Because we lost power because of a strike against one of the big transformers, which is in Corsair Avenue, which knocked out one of the phases, and then there was a leak above the power box in the library, of all places, to have a leak, which really decimated the power box, and I think they probably had to replace a lot of the stuff within that as well. Anyways, the Energex was great. They responded within hours of the power actually going down, and they were able to do what they could do to make it safe. But it did obviously take a few days to get it back to where it should be. And also the electricians that we use, contractors, electricians, they were magnificent as well. They worked very, very quickly and were able to get us back up and running in that fourth day. Unfortunately, the hall itself, which is right next to me as well, there's still some issues in the hall, and they're working on those. So it's not open until next Monday, I think it is, or the end of this week at least. Okay, field officers, we have the tree team, it's called Forest Lake Ward, and of course the word forest, which means there's a lot of trees. And so the teams were out there, and I know we don't have a lot of teams out there. I think Councillor Colley said that it was like 10 teams or something that's out. At least one or two of them were probably over in my area. There was a few trees down, but it could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot worse, and I'm just thankful that it wasn't. We didn't have any flooding issues except the normal Blunder Road down at Oxley. Continues to flood every time it rains a little bit. It floods down there, I think. Anyway, so they spent a lot of money trying to mitigate that flood issue down there, but nothing seems to work. Water will find its level. Also want to mention the teams that did a lot of work over the last couple of years on the inflows into the lake. Because we have quite a large lake and we have 3 inflow areas, and they've done it.
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired.
Thank you.
Further speakers? No further speakers? Lord Mayor. We'll now put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Motion is carried. And councillors, I do remind you that the motion to sign is here when you come and sign the book. We'll now move to the Establishment and Coordination Committee report of the 10th of March 2025. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting on 10th of March 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday the 10th of March 2025 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to shout out to Annabelle Lloyd, the City Archivist, who was here just before and who did a committee presentation this morning and displayed some interesting historical documents in the chamber, because there's one thing that came out when you even had a brief chat with Annabelle, the passion for the city's history and the knowledge there, incredible, absolutely incredible. And so thank you to Annabelle and her team for helping to bring history to life. But today is a very significant milestone, and one that's worth mentioning because it was exactly 100 years ago today that the very first meeting of the Brisbane City Council, and when I say the Brisbane City Council, I mean the Greater Brisbane Council, had their first meeting. And that meeting followed the election of the very first Mayor of Greater Brisbane, William Jolly, and a team of councillors representing wards across the city. And that was even before William Jolly became the Lord Mayor. When he was first elected, he was the Mayor, and it wasn't until later on that he became the Lord Mayor, because to become the Lord Mayor requires, I think, a royal approval, and so that took a little bit of extra time. But more importantly than any of that is what's happened in the last 100 years because of the decision to bring together 20 local councils and authorities into one Greater Brisbane Council, and the impact that that has had on our city, which has been significant. And it's been a very positive impact. Before the Greater Brisbane Council came together 100 years ago, Brisbane was suffering from stagnation. It was suffering from a lack of growth and development. And there was a big movement that developed over many years to effectively get the city of Brisbane moving, to be ambitious and bold for the future of the city, and to think about what the city might look like down the track. And so just remember that the city, through the Moreton Bay Penal Colony, was established in 1824, which was another just 100 years before the first meeting of the Brisbane City Council. So after 100 years from when Brisbane was first settled, the city was experiencing stagnation. It was experiencing a lack of investment and growth, and the movement of people came together saying, we need to, apparently according to Councillor Cassidy, there's a lack of growth and investment in Brisbane. Yeah, we'll put that on the record. Wow, talking down Brisbane. It's what he does best. So we saw the movement of people coming together with a bold ambition for our city, but to do that, you needed some scale in local government. And so if you look around the city, there are still the remnants of the previous town councils that existed, and you see them all over the place. In many parts of the city where there was, the Sandgate Town Hall, and I could list them all off, Windsor. There were lots of different councils and towns that came together in a consolidated manner. And why it's significant is because nothing like that had ever been done before in Australian history, and nothing like that has ever been done since in the same scale. And the only thing that's come close is, in fact, in our sister city of Auckland. Now, Auckland adopted the Brisbane model maybe around 10 years ago, from memory. Could be a little bit more, but 15? Yeah, 10 to 15 years ago. And they effectively were inspired by what had happened in Brisbane, and they wanted to replicate some of that success. Other councils around Australia have attempted amalgamations, and some of them have occurred, but nothing of this scale. But fundamentally, what it means for Brisbane is that a large part of Greater Brisbane is under one local government area, and that is very rare for any large capital city. If you look at Sydney and Melbourne, there are 30 to 40 councils covering the Greater Sydney area, and those councils often don't coordinate with each other. They have different planning schemes, they approach things in a different way, and in fact they often compete with each other. And in places like Sydney and Melbourne, they've often talked about what it would be like if something was different. And effectively, what you have in many of those councils is a NIMBY approach. You have an approach which resists progress, which resists growth, and which basically says, the way it is now, kind of like that, we don't want anything to change, and we don't want to provide new homes for people, we don't want to see any growth, And you have that attitude permeating across many of those other cities like Sydney and Melbourne in different councils. And that has held them back, and that continues to hold them back. Whereas in Brisbane, it's been very much a focus on progress, a focus on the future, and a desire to rise to the occasion, to be ambitious for the future of the city and to plan for the future of the city. And we've had a great run of councils over the years that have helped us do that. And we've had a great run on all sides of, both sides of politics. The very first mayor or Lord Mayor of Brisbane, William Jolly, he was an accountant. So was he a Labor guy? No, you can't have an accountant being a Labor guy. That wouldn't work. Understanding numbers means that you're not really accepted in the Labor Party. And so the first Mayor of Brisbane was an accountant, William Jolly, and he was from the non-Labor side of politics or the Conservative side of politics. This was before the Liberal Party existed. It was before the National Party existed. It was called the Citizens Municipal Organisation, which eventually down the track became the Brisbane City Liberals in the continuum. But there have been some great Labor Lord Mayors over the years as well who've done a fantastic job, and credit to the structure of this entity that's been established, that on both sides of politics you've had good examples of good, strong administrations. And so that has stood us in good stead, and it's helped with the growth and the progress of the City of Brisbane. But also you've seen the councils around us being generally larger than the normal as well. And so of the top 10 largest councils in Australia, 5 of them are in South East Queensland. And so you've got that scale in South East Queensland of councils that you just don't see elsewhere, and you get better outcomes as a result. I think it's been a really good thing for Brisbane, for Greater Brisbane, and it's seen us, I guess, take advantage of opportunities that wouldn't be available if we were a smaller organisation and didn't have the scale and didn't have the planning control over a larger area. So I think it's something that we should celebrate, because the foresight of some people over 100 years ago has made Brisbane such an amazing place today. And it's never just because of one person or a small number of people, it's always because of a team effort, but it's something we should acknowledge and celebrate today, because it has been critical to have that scale and to have that forward-looking and progressive thinking that has helped Brisbane get to where it is today. The other thing that's happened as well over the years is that the Brisbane City Council has led the way when it comes to championing the role of large international events in our city and how they can transform the city and take it forward. And so that started when the council really pushed hard to host the 1982 Commonwealth Games. It was our first sort of major international event that we'd ever hosted here. And it was actually the first thing I ever watched on TV as a kid. And so why are you laughing, Councillor Marks? My parents actually didn't have a TV at the time, and so they went down to Retrovision and they rented a TV for the Commonwealth Games. And so, thinking back, it was quite extraordinary because, back then, not like today where a lot of households have multiple TVs, a lot of households didn't have a TV at all, including mine. So I remember that having an impact on the city and just the way that people felt proud about Brisbane and our region. And then that escalated even further with the Expo 88 and the way that we were welcoming the world here and the way it made us feel so proud and brought us together and transformed us to the next level. And so it's quite fitting that this council...
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Seconded.
Has been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. It's quite fitting that this council also played a critical role in going after the Olympic and Paralympic Games, not just once but twice. Once in the 1990s, obviously unsuccessful, and then more recently with the work done by the Council of Mayors, but obviously chaired by, starting with the former Lord Mayor of Brisbane, Graham Quirk, and then going forward from there, and really working together, not just with the council in Brisbane, but with the surrounding councils to achieve something and to go after something big, bold and ambitious. And that's really been the story since, well, for the last 100 years, to be big, bold and ambitious. Brisbane is a bold and ambitious city. And, you know, you watch over time that people who love to talk Brisbane down, love to have a crack, increasingly they're like, oh, Brisbane's awesome. Brisbane has become so much better, and it continues to keep getting better every year. And we're going to see that continue. So I pay tribute to those that had the foresight to bring together 20 councils into one 100 years ago. I pay tribute to all of the former councillors and mayors of Brisbane and Lord Mayors that kept that dream alive and have provided great leadership over the years, and it's something that we should acknowledge and celebrate. On the weekend, I joined many others in attending the funeral of Dr. Con Bowie. I was there with Councillor Hutton, Councillor Strunk, with the Speaker of the Federal House of Representatives, the Honourable Milton Dick, with Paul Scarr, Senator Paul Scarr, with Minister Fiona Simpson and Margie Nightingale from Inala. It was one of the largest funerals I've seen in a long time, and the outpouring of love, but also grief that we've lost such a community champion and a multicultural champion was very strong. And it was interesting because often at funerals you have maybe a couple of the relatives speaking, but this one was literally like one of those multicultural events where you have about 20 different speakers, and they actually ran out of time because so many people were speaking. But it just goes to show how much love there is for Dr. Bowie and his service to our community. Dr. Bowie's journey started back in Vietnam, and the critical turning point was obviously during the Vietnam War and the fall of Saigon, where so many Vietnamese fled from the country. They left the country. And so many of them took a perilous journey. So many of them were lost at sea, millions of people lost at sea. But those Vietnamese residents that did come here have incredibly made such a contribution to our city and to our country. And it's with a sense of pride that we know that it was actually a Liberal Prime Minister that opened the doors, and it was the first large-scale induction of migrants from a non-European background of any scale. And that's been a remarkably good thing for our country. It's been a remarkably good thing for our state. And to watch the way that our local Vietnamese community has grown and thrived, and to see such success and to see the values that they've brought, the culture they've brought, and so much has been really heartwarming. And Dr. Bowie has been the leader of our local Vietnamese community now for so many years. And so he's also been on my multicultural roundtable, not only when I was around, but since 2009. So for the past 15 years, he has served as a community leader and representative for the Vietnamese community and done an amazing job. He also helped champion the establishment of the Vietnamese Boat People Memorial at Captain Burke Park under the Story Bridge there, which we recently had a milestone for in recent years. But most importantly, he brought people together, and he was a lover of freedom. And he was always reminding people that you should never take freedom for granted, because there are so many people around the world that don't have the freedom that we have here and back at home in his original motherland. so many people that didn't enjoy that freedom. And so on behalf of the City of Brisbane, the people of Brisbane, on behalf of my colleagues as well, we say rest in peace, Dr. Bowie, and we say thank you to Dr. Bowie and also to his family for what they've contributed, the lasting legacy that they've contributed to our city and its community, and in strengthening our city and its community. Today, we had the opportunity to confirm that on Monday we'll be kicking off an advertising campaign to support visitation in Brisbane. Now, obviously with the impacts of Tropical Cyclone Alfred, there was an immediate and significant impact on visitation to Brisbane. An initial calculation is that the economic cost when it comes to visitation was around $70 million, but that doesn't include a lot of other flow-on costs and impacts as well. So that's an initial rough calculation. Because what happened when people saw the cyclone coming, anyone who was planning to come to Brisbane to visit, often they rethought their plans. Hotel bookings dropped by at least 40%. The airport stopped operating for a period of time during the cyclone. And there were many businesses that couldn't operate as well during that time. And so there was a significant economic impact, and it's really critical that we let the rest of Australia and New Zealand know that we are open for business and that people can come here now. It is safe to come. We have great hotels, we have great restaurants, we have great tourism opportunities and attractions. We have great conferences and events. There's so much exciting happening here in Brisbane. And so our advertising campaign developed by Brisbane Economic Development Agency really sells that message. But one of the best things about this is that the state government has stumped up funding to support this advertising campaign. Now, I've referred previously in the meeting to just how difficult it has been over the last decade, often in dealing with the state government, where so many times they deliberately denied Brisbane funding and gave it to others with an inherent bias against Brisbane. And so it was wonderful to see Minister Andrew Powell be so receptive to supporting Brisbane. And of course, he's provided funding for the whole region as well, and there's been a regional tourism investment that they've made, but it's been a wonderful thing, and I'm grateful for the state government support to provide extra reach for this advertising campaign and lead to extra visitation. In the past, so last year's advertising campaign, which was significantly smaller, we saw an $85 million economic benefit from that investment. And so we're now targeting around $100 million plus investment or return from this advertising campaign. We think that's a realistic and fair target to have. And with the support of the state government, I think we can get those kind of results. And so that helps make up for the kind of impact that we've seen with around a $70 million loss in recent times because of the cyclone. So thank you again to the state government. Finally, I wanted to say that today is Bus Driver Appreciation Day. Now, you may not know about this day because every day in Brisbane is Bus Driver Appreciation Day. It's one of the few cities in the world where people do say thank you driver when they get off, and the drivers appreciate it, they know they're appreciated, and today we reinforce that because they do a wonderful job keeping the city moving. And you've seen when buses can't operate, what happens to traffic, what happens to the network, and what happens to people's ability to get around. The evidence has been very clear. And so they do a wonderful job, and we thank them for their efforts. And we're looking forward to continuing to invest in public transport and bus services in Brisbane in partnership with the state government to make sure that there are even more metros to drive in the future, that there are more buses to drive in the future, and that those buses are befitting of a world-class city that we strive to be as we approach the Olympics. So thank you to all of our bus drivers or bus operators, and I know we have more than 2,000 of them. What's the exact number, Councillor Murphy? 2,000, 2,500 bus drivers out there doing an amazing job as we speak. So thank you, driver, and we appreciate what you do. I just wanted to touch on something that has come up recently when it comes to discussion around homelessness and tent encampments, camping in parks, and our position. I made it clear before that the local law that prevents camping in parks is now 99 years old. And so this is not something we've introduced. And this is something that Lord Mayors of both sides of the political fence have continued to see fit as being appropriate in parks.
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Seconded.
It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor for an extension and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
And so there's been an acknowledgement over the years, for 99 years now, that playgrounds aren't campgrounds, that parks aren't campgrounds. That's 100 years in the making. Nothing new, nothing we've changed. And Lord Mayors of every colour have, throughout the years, enforced the local law that prevents camping in parks. And in fact, it's really only for the last 2 years that that hasn't occurred. And so for the other, 96, 97 years, this has been the reality. But we thought it was appropriate, given that we were advised that there was no crisis accommodation available in the last couple of years, to take a flexible and compassionate approach when it comes to camping in parks. But as I said earlier, when those encampments became dangerous and violent, which some of them did, and the community is demanding action to keep them safe, which they did, including many residents in wards held by the Greens. And when it now is clear that there is crisis accommodation available that people can go into and to go in outside from the tent, inside, safe, then it's appropriate that we change the position back to the one that's existed for 99 years. But there's been a lot of mistruths peddled around. For example, the claim, which we've seen the Greens perpetuating, that somehow homelessness is being criminalised. They love to throw around, an emotive line. They don't care if it's true or not. But breaching a local law, which is what we're talking about here, is not, has never been, and will never be a criminal offence. So the suggestion that us saying that you can't camp in a park is somehow criminalising homelessness is completely false and misleading and dishonest. It is not a criminal offence. It has never been a criminal offence, and it will never be a criminal offence. It's a breach of a local law, and a local law that's existed for 99 years. And so let's have the truth here. Let's have the facts. There's been another claim made, and that is there are a number of people who can't take up the offer of crisis accommodation because they don't have ID. And this is a big one that's been put out there. Well, this is something that I've talked to the state government about and I've talked to others about. And the reality is this. The state government funds a number of organisations to assist and support people who don't have ID in getting ID. There is funding available there for this type of purpose, and there's a number of organisations that are funded and their remit is to support people in getting ID. And so if someone has lost their ID, there is a clear pathway to getting that ID back, and there are people to support with that. And what's more, you're about to say something? No?
I was, Lord Mayor. I was going to...
And so...
just one moment, Lord Mayor. Councillor Massey, I have asked you previously not to call out, and as you failed to comply with the request to take remedial action for your unsuitable meeting conduct, I hereby warn you in accordance with section 21(6) of the Meetings Local Law 2001 that failing to comply with the request may result in an order being issued. and I ask all councillors to remain silent while other councillors are on their feet. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Well, I heard the interjection, and I wonder if former councillor and Lord Mayoral candidate Jonathan Sriranganathan has an ID, because he actually doesn't have an address. I assume he does have an ID, so that is just like, yeah, excuses. We see the Greens full of excuses, but no solutions. So, who else might be in the situation that they don't have ID? Well, there are two particular groups that we know of who might not have an ID, and there might be a reason for that. Number one, people fleeing domestic violence who don't want to be found and don't want to appear in any systems. Now, I can understand that. I can absolutely understand that. But there's another group of people who don't have an ID and might not want to have an ID. And these are also people that don't want to be found. And these are convicted criminals with arrest warrants against them. And they know that the minute they show their ID, there's a risk that they will get arrested for their crimes. And so what you have at the moment is the tinderbox situation where you have those two groups of people camping in the same encampments. How is that safe? How is this something that we should allow to happen? People fleeing domestic violence with no ID in the same encampments in parks as violent criminals who are fleeing arrest. That is not a safe situation. This is why we should want more for people who are living in tent encampments. We should want more. We should want them to be safe and secure inside. Absolutely long term, but short term as well. Because if you say, leave them alone, leave people alone in their camp encampments, in their tent encampments. If you say that, then you're saying that that's acceptable. That's an acceptable way for people to be left. And as a society, we should ask for better. We should expect better. And that's all we want to do. We want to get people out of tents and into accommodation where they're safe and secure. And we know that the state government has the same motivation. And you can call us any names you want. You can get your green trolls out as much as you want. You can organise green federal candidates to yell out in the public gallery. It doesn't matter, because it doesn't change the simple fact that we should expect better for people living in tents, and we should get them into the crisis accommodation that is available. So keep calling me whatever you want. It won't change my determination to do something here to help people get into accommodation. Keep trolling. Keep yelling out in council meetings and trying to disrupt the meeting. Keep interrupting speakers and then saying, why aren't you saying anything? Why aren't you speaking? It's ridiculous. It's not achieving anything. And so let's actually do something. The Mayor of Moreton Bay, he knew what he had to do, because he knew the same information I knew. We've done this because we want to get people into homes, into accommodation, into safety, indoors. And we also want to see a long-term pathway for them as well, which is why we're the only council, the only administration in Brisbane city history, 100 years, that has had a Pathways Out of Homelessness program. No other one has. Not under any Labor administration. And you can't tell me that there was no homelessness in the past. Can't say that. But we also have been thinking about the longer term by making sure that there are no infrastructure charges for community and social housing projects to help bring down the cost of delivering those, and also that we actually support the creation of new homes in this city. Because in the end, crisis accommodation has its role, but people need long-term accommodation too. And if we rely on governments to build that, they provide like about 4% of all housing in this country. And so the private sector has a role. We understand that role. And we've been making significant changes in recent years to support the creation of new housing and to bring the cost down of building that new housing. Yet, at the same time as the Greens say, leave the campers alone, they oppose new housing everywhere, in every suburb. And so people can see through this. Anyone that takes even more than a superficial look at this can see that the Greens only have problems and not solutions. They see that the Greens get elected by promising people to oppose development in their area, and that's what they campaign on. And they're quite happy to see permanent tent encampments right across Brisbane. And we must expect more for people, we must want more for people, and we must get people safe inside. And so it's important that some of these facts are placed on the record, because there's a lot of misinformation going around, a lot of emotion being put out there, and emotive statements and claims. But if you have a genuine look at what's happening here, we have a chance, now that there's accommodation available, to get people inside. Item A on the contracts and tendering report is for the month of February. 4 out of 5 contracts were awarded to local suppliers, being 80% of contracts. So far this financial year, 72 contracts have been awarded to local suppliers, being 93% of all contracts, and a total spend of $904 million. The contracts include...
Lord Mayor, your time has expired.
Move for an extension.
Seconded.
It's been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
The contracts include the Makaranga Crescent Park playground upgrade in Castledine. Councillor Davis, one of yours? Okay. Wood Avenue Park playground upgrade in Cannon Hill. The QUT Intercampus shuttle bus operated by Council on behalf of QUT. The demolition of buildings purchased by the Bushland Acquisition Program. Also landfill gas flaring and gas management, and also hiring insights for Council's talent recruitment as well. And so I commend these items to the Chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on this item before us today. And what we just sat through is very telling. The one single item, it's very telling about the Lord Mayor's approach to Brisbane. So we just listened to 30 minutes of thoughts and feelings from the Lord Mayor. The Lord Mayor's own sort of personal views about a whole range of things, but he won't bring them to the E&C meetings and make them formal and official as matters of council for debate. He won't do that, because what we know before us today, on the 10th of March, there was an E&C meeting, Civic Cabinet meeting, on the 10th of March, and in the midst of the immediate aftermath of Tropical Cyclone Alfred, or the ex-Tropical Cyclone Alfred, crossing over into Brisbane and bringing a whole lot of destruction. On the day after that happens, the Lord Mayor gathered the senior decision makers in the LNP together to have a Civic Cabinet meeting. And what did they discuss? What did they discuss? Well, they noted one single item at that meeting. We know a fair amount of money, a fair amount of ratepayers' money was spent on catering at that meeting, and I think it went for about half an hour. They noted one single item. They noted a report of contracts accepted by delegates of council for February 2025. So we have the Lord Mayor come in here and make all these outrageous and outlandish claims in his opening statements, introducing the report of his work as Lord Mayor. And let's not forget that's what this is. This is the report of the statutory committee of Brisbane City Council, constituted under the City of Brisbane Act. That thing that created us 100 years ago very specifically talks about a statutory committee that is the delegate of this body of council to make decisions on behalf of the people of Brisbane when we're not sitting in here. They meet weekly and they bring a report to council for us to debate on all of the vast work that the Lord Mayor and his Civic Cabinet is doing on behalf of the people of Brisbane 100 years after this council was established. And last week they discussed one item. They noted just one item. They're not discussing and bringing plans about addressing these problems that the Lord Mayor talked about in terms of a housing crisis or
Point
the
of order,
Groundhog
Madam
Day.
Chair.
Point of order, Councillor.
Relevance to the item that is before us, not what is not before us.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. If you can talk to the report, please, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Rates are going up. Rates are going up each and every year, each and every quarter. People are seeing those increasing rates and they're seeing less delivered in services. I mean, in this contracts and tendering report, there's 5 items there. The Lord Mayor talked about some demolitions for bushland acquisition properties in there. I mean, that's not even included in the report for us today. There's a bus contract for QUT, LinkedIn, $500,000 paying for LinkedIn on there per year. There's a couple of park upgrades and landfill gas flaring out at council's closed landfill sites. So the Lord Mayor didn't even seem to know what was in the contracts and tendering report before us today. But that's it. These are the big ideas. These are the big ideas of the LNP. I know why someone like Councillor Adams would be particularly touchy about that, because she was part of the problem for so long before they got rid of her, and heave-hoed her out of civic cabinet for underperforming. But this before us right now is the big ideas of the LNP 100 years after the City of Brisbane was established. Now, the Lord Mayor, as I said, in his intro, had all these sort of thoughts and feelings and spoke for 30 minutes about, how he thinks about all of these problems that are plaguing Brisbane. We continue to work. We'll debate these items. There's paltry few items that come, but the opposition continues to work in making sure that the community is informed about the Lord Mayor's failings when it comes to the clean-up of the cyclone, or the confusing messaging we got from the Lord Mayor, or meeting with key stakeholders in the housing and homelessness sector. We did that yesterday, a very productive meeting about that, and making sure that their voices are amplified in here as well. And the Lord Mayor won't meet them, and the Lord Mayor won't amplify their voices and learn from them and their experience on the ground. But we will, and we'll listen to the facts and we'll speak facts. The Lord Mayor can speak the tripe that he has today, and the mistruths and the mischaracterisations of what's happening out there on the ground. Because there is real and serious and meaningful work that does need to be undertaken by council. It's plainly clear to see. When you hear the Lord Mayor talk about 100 years ago, when Brisbane was plagued with a series of administrations, I guess, that were not investing enough to make sure that Brisbane's population could cope. We had underinvestment in roads and community services. Well, 100 years later, it's Groundhog Day here. What do we see before us? So this is the expenditure, this is the report basically on the expenditure of the vast majority of what's happening in the Lord Mayor's budget, month on month. Yep. We see this is where all the playground and park upgrades come through, all of the upgrades to community facilities and our pools, road upgrades, whether it's filling potholes at a most basic level, clearing drains, contracts for all that sort of stuff that is supposedly funded in the Lord Mayor's budget each year. And what do we see before us? Just 5 items for the month of February. That's all that the Lord Mayor and his civic cabinet could manage to cobble together, not just in the aftermath of a tropical cyclone, but in the middle of it. Yeah. Let's not even talk about the recovery that we're going to need, and even engaging at other levels of government, and pursuing an SES depot for Bracken Ridge and things like that. He's just going to outsource all of that work to volunteers. I wouldn't be surprised if the Lord Mayor called for an army, workforce, volunteer army to build the SES depot out of Bracken Ridge. That'll be the next thing. We'll start to see that now. We're going to see the Lord Mayor. He'll start calling for people to chip in, get their wallets out, go to Bunnings, buy some asphalt, fill in potholes themselves, We'll see them. We saw a year ago, Councillor Marx begged people to go and mow council parks because there wasn't enough funding put into that. We saw the Lord Mayor beg people to go out and clean up the tree debris on council footpaths and parks, because in reality that's what's happening at the moment, because the Lord Mayor has starved this organisation of funding for basic services. Yep. We've seen missed bin services, miscommunication. Take your own bins to the council dump and pay for it. Yep. People were charged to dump their rubbish at council dumps because they already paid for that through their rates, but then they didn't get that bin service, and then they tried to do the right thing and take it to the dump, and then they were charged for that as well. Reaching into the pockets of the ratepayers of Brisbane at every single opportunity. That's what this Lord Mayor does. So he never misses that. Never misses that. But what we're seeing, and this has been happening month after month after month, some of these contracts have been coming through with 1 or 2 items in them, a massive amount of 5 today. We know things are particularly dire under the LNP when it comes to budgetary matters. We know that they have jacked up rates to their highest levels on records, fees and charges to their highest levels on records, attacking small businesses at every turn through new fees and charges, while they continue to decrease funding for projects out in the suburbs and basic services. We saw that through the cyclone. We're seeing that in the day-to-day business of this council. After 100 years, we were just described how dire things were in terms of municipal administration 100 years ago in Brisbane. Well, it is Groundhog Day here in 2025. Things are particularly dire here in Brisbane under this LNP regime, who are continually more interested in themselves, in sending LNP councillors overseas on junkets, on catering E&C meetings, on advertising brochures and flyers and things like that. It's all about themselves. They never miss a beat when it comes to that. But when it comes to expending ratepayers' money in a fair and genuine way and giving people good value for money and making Brisbane a more livable and better place, we are left wanting with this LNP regime, and that's very, very sad for the people of Brisbane.
Further speakers? No further speakers? Lord Mayor.
Councillor Cassidy is an expert at talking down our city, and he does it so well, but we know that really what he's doing is auditioning for the seat of Stafford. We know that he's got his foot out the door, he's delegating responsibilities to other, and...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor.
Look,
if you can just wait one moment, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Collier and Councillor Cassidy. Lord Mayor.
Thank you. He missed out on Lily. He missed out on Sandgate. He's going to miss out on Stafford as well. We know it, but we know that his heart's not in it, and that he rolls out the same tired lines, the same mistruths every time. He must really not like his job. We saw today the extraordinary situation where the Greens actually led the agenda and could organise a rent-a-crowd, yet the Labor Party played second fiddle to the Greens. Like, it's quite extraordinary. The once great Labor Party, and we see this from them, they have absolutely phoned it in. They've actually abrogated their own responsibility to provide some thought leadership, and they're just following in the Greens' footsteps. And so, when we said in the lead up to the last election, it's a Labor-Green coalition of chaos that you're talking about, today was the perfect example of that. They were in lockstep with the Greens, but the Greens were leading the agenda. It's extraordinary. And the Greens are leading them over a cliff. The Greens are literally facing extinction over the coming few elections. People are awake up to them, yet Councillor Cassidy and his colleagues aren't, because they believe the same things. So, on this day that Councillor Cassidy mentioned, when apparently we had an E&C meeting but didn't do anything else, that was actually the day that we had our first local recovery group meeting, bringing together the leadership of the city to get on with all of the things that needed to be done. And that meeting was actually a really productive one. We've had further meetings since then, but that was the primary business of the day on the 10th of March when Councillor Cassidy he was waxing lyrical, as he always does, about the cabinet meeting. Now, the reality is so much of what happens in this organisation has delegations and approvals, either through the budget process or through submissions that have come through this council chamber. And so it's not necessary to bring a submission through for every single thing that happens in this organisation. The vast majority of things that happen already have approval either through the budget or through pre-existing delegations. And so Councillor Cassidy can talk about how many submissions are coming through until the cows come home, but that represents a fraction of everything that gets done in this organisation and the agenda that we're pursuing. But that's all right. You know, he'll keep saying the same speech every week and no one will listen. But the reality is Brisbane just keeps getting better every single year. It keeps getting better every single month. And if only the Labor Party would see the folly of following in the Greens' footsteps and get behind some real progress, building new homes, supporting new homes in new parts of Brisbane through suburban renewal, supporting initiatives that will see new homes delivered for less. These are the sort of things that would be worthwhile. And it would be great if the Labor Party also supported major transformative transport projects like Brisbane Metro, which has the support of the Labor federal government, which has had the support of the Labor state government, former, and has the support of the existing LNP state government. Yet no, the Labor councillors here follow meekly in the footsteps of the Greens. They don't come up with any ideas. They steal the Greens' ideas. It reminds me of the ludicrous situation in Stafford, because we know that he's suddenly interested in Stafford. And remember when the Labor Party tried to run an anti-pokies campaign against the Stafford Bowls Club? And then the Greens stole it off them and whipped up an even bigger campaign. And guess what? That thing is operating now and it's so popular. It's doing so well and it's injecting so much money into local sports. It's another illustration of just how diabolical things are on that side when that's what they offer. Fake campaigns like the campaign against the Stafford Bowls Club. The Gibson, which has been so wonderful and done so much. And so there it is in action. This is what Labor and the Greens deliver. They deliver opposition, they deliver problems, but they never deliver any solution.
We'll now put the item to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 6 abstentions.
Motion is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 11th of March be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Parry that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday. Oops. I haven't got the name there. 18th of March. Oh, sorry. Tuesday 11th. Tuesday the 11th of March be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to, sorry, my phone's come off silent for some reason. I wanted to reiterate the Lord Mayor's comments from before, today being International Appreciate Your Bus Driver Day, just to reiterate my appreciation for our bus drivers and the incredible work that they do for our city each and every day, but particularly in the last week. And what a week it has been for public transport. Of course, Madam Chair, in the lead up to Tropical Cyclone Alfred, we took extensive measures to protect the city's people, its infrastructure and its assets from harm. And as council, we took a very cautious approach through this period, and transport was no exception. We had to make a number of difficult decisions. We had to make them often very quickly. And so on Tuesday, the 4th of March, we ceased operating the ferries at midnight. Over the next 2 days, we worked safely to secure and to store our entire ferry fleet. This included removing vessels from the water, moving them into protected dry docks, and securely mooring our smaller vessels at protected marinas. Our City Cat and Kitty Cat services are, of course, much loved by the residents of Brisbane. We could not risk those being damaged. And thankfully, I think history has shown that that was the right decision, because none of our vessels were damaged during Tropical Cyclone Alfred. Of course, getting the ferries back into the water is, of course, just as complicated as taking them out, Madam Chair. On Sunday, the 9th of March, with permission from the Harbour Master, we started to move the ferries back into the river. And then the next day, the Queensland Maritime Authority opened the river, and our ferry services were able to operate for several hours. Then the debris started to flow down the Brisbane River, and accordingly we ceased ferry services to protect our staff, passengers and vessels. And this was the right decision, Madam Chair, and we stand by it every day. Over the course of the last week, we have waited for debris in the river to pass. We had crews out inspecting the river on a daily basis, and thankfully on Saturday, ferry services recommenced just in time for the busiest day of the week for ferries. Also pleased to confirm that none of our terminals suffered any major damage from Tropical Cyclone Alfred. We made the right calls, and I'd like to thank everybody involved in ferry operations for the tremendous work that they have done before, during and now after the cyclone. When it comes to bus services, Madam Chair, we know that 2/3 of all public transport users in the city use a bus, and we know just how critical it is to our public transport system. With Tropical Cyclone Alfred en route, we made the decision to suspend bus services starting on Thursday, the 6th of March. Again, this decision was made to keep our passengers, our buses and our operators safe. Of course, no one should be using public transport during a tropical cyclone in any case. Once the cyclone had passed and it was deemed safe to recommence operations, we commenced damage inspections to our depots, and we restored power to a number of depots that had power cut. With the support of the RTBU, we decided that bus services could recommence on a minimised timetable on the Sunday. Of course, we know essential workers rely on our bus network very much. Nurses, supermarket staff, airport employees, amongst very many others, needed to be able to get to and from work, and we wanted to be able to give them that option. Brisbane at that stage had been shut for multiple days, and residents needed essential supplies and services. This was our motivation for getting the bus network back up and running. As we know, the cyclone came back with very much a sting in the tail overnight, and a small number of bus services were able to operate on the Sunday before we ceased operations once again, with over 250 intersections knocked out and without power. and flash flooding in numerous parts of the city. Our incredible drivers waited several hours that morning to see if we could recommence, but the continued rain and flash flooding ruled that possibility out. Following safety inspections, we had a reduced network operating on Monday the 10th of March. On Tuesday, we doubled those services again, and then we had full services possible the following day. I really want to thank our team in Transport for Brisbane and our incredible bus drivers for the great job that they did in preparation and throughout Tropical Cyclone Alfred. It's been a tremendous team effort. The coordination with the LDCC and the State Disaster Coordination Centre has been tremendous, and something I think that holds this council in very good stead. Just finally, before I run out of time, Madam Chair, I also
run
just
out
want
of
to
time.
table
Sorry, Councillor Murphy.
some questions
Your
on
time
notice
has
from Councillor
expired.
Collier.
Further speakers, Councillor Collier.
Yeah, I'm sure Councillor Murphy can address the answers to the questions on notice in his wrap-up. I too want to, on behalf of our Labor team, thank bus drivers and operators for their work, not just over the past 2 weeks, but over the past year. Certainly it's been very challenging, and the dynamic of public transport in our city has changed so much. The introduction of 50-cent fares by the previous Labor state government has been a game changer, and it is so wonderful to see so many people taking up the opportunity to get on public transport and to really take up what I think is an amazing way to get around our city and see and experience things in a different way. Certainly getting people out of cars and onto public transport addresses a huge range of things. Not only was it amazing cost of living relief, but also addressing the fact that Brisbane is one of the most congested cities in the world, and it took that swift and strong action from the previous Labor state government to do that. It has been honestly an incredible year for public transport operators, not just bus drivers, but our ferry drivers as well. The uptake on the weekends has been absolutely incredible thanks to the implementation of 50-cent fares. And, it's my view, and certainly the Labor Council's team's view, that we should be investing more in these services, in our workforce, to get people around, to give them the reliability and the frequency that they want. We've addressed the price issue. Now we've got to get on with the real work. In terms of what we discussed in the Transport Committee meeting last week, I have been racking my brain, and I honestly can't fathom why Council sent drivers out on flooded roads with fallen trees everywhere and puts ferries back on the water on Sunday, only to pull them, of course, when there was debris coming down the river. Drivers couldn't even leave depots. It was honestly astounding. What was clear in this committee presentation was that information wasn't flowing in a timely manner, especially to our customers. People were waiting at bus stops and CityCat terminals for services that got cancelled in a 15-minute time window. I'm sure that, whatever review that's done into this weather event and Council's response, that has got to be one of the most outrageous ways that we operated as a council. No one in the LDCC knew what was going on. That's been brought up several times, and certainly, I was actually directed by someone in the LDCC to check the Lord Mayor's social media account for up-to-date information. Very unfortunate for me because I've been blocked, so that was not really a reliable way of getting information. And it wasn't for me personally, it was to pass on to my community who wanted the answers, just to be clear. I guess in the aftermath of ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, my question remains, what was Council's plan to deal with debris in the river? CityCats only came back online on Saturday. Could Council have done more to help with the clean-up? That's the question I want to know the answer to. The traffic, especially on Tuesday and Wednesday on Brisbane roads, was some of the worst in recent memory because of Council's lack of planning for that real surge in demand on buses, and really failed, this is a hyper-local problem for me, but really failed to link in with the fact that people rely on our river services to get to work. and the QR network closures as well. The whole Cleveland line was down. Buses were skipping stops. People were left behind for hours. What also has become evident is there, well, as far as I know, maybe Councillor Murphy will address this later, but it seems like there was no clear plan of how active transport corridors were going to be addressed and assessed after the weather event. And my view is that, you know, if we had a sort of strategic plan, people would have been more willing to take that option up if city cats and rail lines were down. But they didn't really know where the closures were. They didn't know, you know, couldn't make a real plan. So with some obviously really important corridors remaining closed to date, including the Story Bridge footpaths, I would love to talk more about the anxiety around e-mobility operators, but I have run out of time.
Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on the Transport for Brisbane's preparation in response to the tropical cyclone Alfred. You can see in the preparation that, and in this presentation, you know, the points that were made were really important, including moving ferries to hard stands, relocating buses for flood-prone depots, suspending services. These measures were necessary, and I acknowledge the hard work that went into that in protecting our transport assets. In particular, the swift action and the clear communication in the lead up to the potential cyclone period. I thought that work was incredibly commendable. However, where the challenge did proceed was afterwards. There was a clear disconnect with the messaging from Brisbane City Council and TransLink, with directives, notices and changes to the bus routes being really all over the place. For example, one directive that I was told was the 196 was not running anymore. As I said, and watched it operate in front of me. This confusion, miscommunication, and lack of transparency left many in our communities stranded and frustrated. Perhaps even more concerning was the restart of public transport on the Sunday, only for it to be cancelled halfway through the day. Sending the bus drivers in those weathers was, I think, a miscalculation. Obviously, there will be a review of this, but it's really important that we get that right. We don't want to put council workers in dangers. But further than that, what it meant was residents were stuck at their destination that they possibly got through to from public transport earlier that day, with no service available for them to get home. Residents of the Gabba were also deeply concerned. I started receiving emails and questions on social media about city cats that had been unmoored on the Saturday, potentially, the day of the heaviest rainfall and strongest winds. There were real fears about the safety of the fleet and whether these vessels were adequately protected from the potential damage, knowing now that the winds and the rains were the heaviest later that day. It's also evident that the Story Bridge wasn't prepared. While vehicles have been able to use it, there has been no clear information regarding pedestrian and active transport access. This crucial link remains closed after 2 weeks, and the public has kind of been left in the dark of when and if it will open and what kind of damage has occurred. I do want to acknowledge the efforts of those that work tirelessly behind the scenes to keep as much of our transport network as functional as possible during extreme conditions. Transport workers put in significant effort during this crisis, and their hard work deserves recognition. Public transport must be reliable, particularly after emergencies when there is confusion. This requires better coordination and clearer communication. And while the initial response was strong, and I mean that, like it was a really great response, we must strive to improve the response after and future. I recognise the challenges that are proposed by changing weather conditions. Climate change is here, and there's challenges in relation to understanding the weather that will hit us. We will have more challenges in the future, and I hope that we can work to improve what happens after, particularly knowing that we will face these challenges again. Thanks.
Further speakers? Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak to the Transport Committee report. Last week, the committee was presented with a detailed breakdown of our response, or Transport for Brisbane's response to ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. And to say that it was comprehensive would be an understatement. The acting head of Transport, Carl Hayne, provided a really, really detailed report on all the actions that were being taken by his team and all of our council officers. It was this attention to detail that kept our assets and our people safe, and their efforts are what helped many of us return to normality sooner. So I would like to take this opportunity, as many people in this place have already, to commend the swift and decisive action that was taken to protect our assets and our people. The first decision was to suspend, as the Chair mentioned, all ferry services from the last service on Monday the 3rd of March, and a total of 7 city cats are removed from the water entirely, while the remaining 20 were placed inside protective docks. All 22 terminals were closed. As a result of moving early, we experienced no damage to our ferry fleet. Likewise, we anticipated the Virginia bus depot may be affected by floodwater. The entire fleet of 188 buses was relocated from Virginia to Eagle Farm, as Councillor Dixon mentioned earlier, in the days before Cyclone Alfred arrived. By Wednesday evening, all bus services across Brisbane were suspended. Madam Chair, the preparations didn't end there. And Transport for Brisbane also moved to place our e-mobility network into storage. We secured our metros, our depots and garages and our ferry terminals. Locally in Marchant, the Kedron Brook did its thing. In 2022, long before my time in this place, as we all would have seen, the Kedron Brook Bikeway was destroyed. And this event was much different in comparison, but it must be said that the volume and the speed of water was still really significant. So when this administration said it would build back better, we did. The minimal damage to the brook is evidence of that. Indeed, once the water subsided, the majority of this key active travel connection was usable. There is still some debris on the bank and some minor damage to railings, and there is some silt build-up behind Stafford City, which I'm advised will be cleared this week. But dozens of people were walking, cycling and running along there when I was inspecting there last Wednesday afternoon, which was really impressive. And I also know that Kedron Park Run was ready to roll on the Saturday just gone, so that's an awesome effort. I would like to say thank you to all of our council officers for working incredibly hard during this time to achieve that. The maintenance crews were awesome. Councillor Hutton and her area, incredible. You're so proud, I think, representing an organisation when you see people like that just giving their all. And that goes for all of us. I think all of the council officers, everyone in the organisation, from the CEO all the way down, worked so hard and banded together, and you can tell that we're an organisation that's experienced in this space, and I feel like we demonstrated a lot of leadership as a group collectively. Councillors as well as council officers and our 9,000 person organisation. It was really impressive to work amongst a team like that. I will just do a quick plug, quickly, because I mentioned the Kedron, obviously the Kedron Brook, but the Gilbert Road Bush Care Group, their sapling survived, and which was such a relief, and they are going to do a lot in keeping our bank together. So I'm just really proud of seeing those little saplings flourish. And I'll finish again by commending our organisation to the Lord Mayor and to the Transport Chair. Thank you for your leadership. What an extraordinary team effort. And again, as I think Councillor Massey mentioned, by taking a cautious approach, we were able to keep our community safe, protect our assets and our infrastructure. And with the threat of the cyclone now over, we can resume to services quickly. And Madam Chair, there's no better example of how this team is keeping Brisbane moving. Thank you.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Just adding to some of the comments that Councillor Collier made earlier regarding the decision-making process around public transport services in the lead-up to, during and after Tropical Cyclone Alfred, and its aftermath was quite incredible. You would certainly hope that there's some serious lessons learnt out of this event in what to do, but most importantly, what not to do when it comes to putting people's lives on the line, not just council's bus drivers and City Cat and ferry operators' lives on the line, but also the people of Brisbane. So we had this incredible situation where the Lord Mayor made an appearance on Saturday morning and told everybody, as the city's leader, that everything was fine. The danger had passed. He said we dodged a bullet and everything was going back to normal. And we saw that with the announcement that on Sunday morning, council's bus services were going to resume. We also saw then the last official communication from Brisbane City Council on its official social media channels and on the Lord Mayor's social media channels, as Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner on Instagram and Facebook anyway. If you went and searched anything on Saturday night after about 5 or 6 p.m, right through to the early hours of Sunday morning, you would only be faced with the information that it was safe to put your bins out on the curbside, and you should do that because a follow-up service was commencing at 5 a.m. on Sunday. We'll come to that later. And that bus services and City Cat and ferry services were resuming at 7 a.m. I think it was 7:30 in the morning, and then it later changed to 9 a.m. and some of those services did run. But putting out there to the people of Brisbane, sure, on Saturday morning it did look calm, but by Saturday night there should have been some furious messaging going out from Brisbane City Council and from the Lord Mayor himself, warning people about the dangers that the city was facing with the then ex-tropical cyclone making landfall in Brisbane. We had none of that messaging, and not only did we not have any warnings coming from the Lord Mayor and Council, we also just had a sort of business as usual approach in encouraging people to go out and take public transport, when Council's own advice on that morning was that there were 250 traffic signals out, not operating. 250 traffic signals were not operating on Sunday morning when the Lord Mayor and Councillor Murphy were encouraging people to go out. They were sending bus drivers out in very dangerous situations without consulting those drivers who know those routes. And that's a fact. Those drivers weren't consulted, who know those routes, who probably know where those problems might occur if we're having flash flooding or trees down, and talking to them about what the dangers might be in sending out, not just our drivers, of course, but also the travelling public, passengers, and putting them in harm's way. I know for a fact that the Lord Mayor and Councillor Murphy didn't speak to any drivers when they were making these decisions to put their lives on the line. So in terms of decision-making processes, a lot went really, really wrong. Really wrong. There were bad decisions made, and sure, things had to be made on the fly, but when you do a risk analysis, even in your own mind, about sending drivers out, encouraging people to catch buses, sending those buses onto flooded roads and roads that were closed and through intersections that didn't have operating traffic signals, you might have just stopped for one more minute and considered that you might need to make a different decision than the one you did. And then also, don't then go out after it and blame everybody else other than your own decision-making processes. Going out onto radio that afternoon from Councillor Murphy and saying, too bad, so sad, to those people who caught a bus in the morning and were told to ring a friend. He literally said, phone a friend. If you want to get home, phone a friend. That's where you're at now, after encouraging you that morning to go out and make a dangerous journey. It was just incredibly poor communication, incredibly poor decision-making, and it would be refreshing if we heard Councillor Murphy get up and say, yes, he admits he was wrong. He's done that once before. He apologised and admitted he was wrong about something, and learn from those mistakes, because that's what we want to see. That's what we need to see here, is that some assurance as councillors that we're not going to see these kind of failings again.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on this presentation. Before there was the Sunday debacle, and when it comes to the communication or Saturday, Sunday, there was actually one prior to that, actually, and it started here in the chamber on the Tuesday when the Lord Mayor got up and told everyone, and we councillors were supposed to put it out there to our constituents, that there wouldn't be any bus or public transport service for Thursday and Friday. Now, we dutifully, my team who's watching here probably now still, oh, they may have gone home. I suppose they should have gone home by now. Anyways, they dutifully heard that and put it out straight away on social media that this was what the Lord Mayor had said and this is what was going to happen. We started to get phone calls after a couple of hours, my team tells me. I wasn't there, obviously it was in the chamber. And people were ringing up saying, have you made a mistake? And, you know, the team, whoever took the call said, no, this is what the Lord Mayor said. Well, but, okay, but we can't see it announced anywhere else. Oh, okay, but listen, you know, he said it, live, live video. This was what was going to happen. So they were trying to verify what I put out, which is fair enough, because they obviously had to make plans. But it wasn't until 24 hours later that Brisbane City Council's Facebook page, I think it was, and TransLink, right, actually put out that information. And it was probably about 24 hours after the Lord Mayor announced it here. So honestly, why did it take 24 hours for that to be put out there and into the public? Now, maybe you put it out on a different platform that we don't know about, but anyways, we had a number of constituents that either emailed us, right, and or phoned, right, to find out, is this actually happening, because no radio station we're listening to is telling us that, no TV is telling us that. So obviously there's a communication problem, right, before the communication problem on Saturday and Sunday as well. So this is all about leadership. This is all about people, I don't know, people listening to what the Lord Mayor is saying and reporting it. He's got a huge communication team here that he works with. So I don't know what happened there. So maybe Councillor Murphy can sort of answer that one, because we're still perplexed about what actually happened. We did the right thing, and it was true what was being said, right? But our constituents were a bit confused and then we were confused because it wasn't out there anywhere else. Just a couple of other things that I thought was interesting is that 30 buses, the diesel buses, were actually taken from the Sherwood depot to the Willawong depot, and I don't know for what reason did that happen? Was it because the Sherwood depot was flooding or something, or you needed to put them to higher ground? Because Willawong was closed at one stage. Well, Sherbrooke Road was closed, right, which takes you to the depot. So I was a bit confused as to why we would have sent them from Sherwood over to Willawong. So maybe Councillor Murphy can answer that one as well. And I also noted that 20 of the Metro buses were sheltered, right, enclosed in a shelter somewhere, probably on site at a Roachdale. But what happened to the other 25? Where were they put? Were they left out, together, obviously to try to protect one another, or were they put somewhere else? So again, maybe Councillor Murphy can tell us that one as well. Thank you, Chair.
Further speakers? No further speakers. Councillor Murphy.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I thank all councillors for their contributions on this matter. But what I've heard from those opposite, if it can be summed up, is you can't predict the weather. And what other councillors have asked of me, the Lord Mayor, the administration, the leadership of Transport for Brisbane, our depot managers and our team leaders out at the depots, is they have set an impossible bar, an impossibly high bar, because they have said in this chamber today, well, you couldn't predict the weather. That's what they've said. They have wanted us to do better than QPS, to do better than QFD, to do better than BOM, and asked us to predict the weather and to potentially deny public transport services to over 1 million residents without cause to call them off. What I can say is I was minute by minute in the Situation Room with Carl Hayne, the leader of Transport for Brisbane, and we were watching the unfolding weather, And whenever the situation reached the level of risk assessment where we had to withdraw services, we did. And wherever we could restore them, we did that, because we know that bus services are absolutely essential to keep this city running, to keep this city moving. And what you have heard this evening is a lot of ex post facto, after the fact analysis from the cheap seats in opposition who don't run a public transport network. Oh, well, there was some flooding on the roads, and we've heard, Madam Chair, some absolutely disgraceful commentary, particularly from Councillor Cassidy, who should know better. He said, quote, "You put people's lives on the line." What an absolutely disgraceful comment. We did nothing of the such, nothing of the sort. We made sure that we could only support services going out when we could guarantee the safety of our drivers and our customers. And when services couldn't go out, we withdrew them. Now, I noticed that Councillor Cassidy did not mention the people who were champing at the bit to have services restored that morning that we restored services on Sunday morning. Who was it? The RTBU. The RTBU were the first ones to be saying that services should be restored and that our bus drivers were ready to provide that essential service to Brisbane residents. And in fact, we had been doing the job of calling them through and making sure that we had enough resources to be able to restore those services. But then, when the weather changed, the first people howling us down and saying that we were doing the wrong thing, that we're putting drivers at risk, was also the very same Janus-faced RTBU, always out there to score a political point, never to do the right thing, the honourable thing, and actually back what they said just a few hours earlier. Now, Madam Chair, it was an evolving situation. The weather changed dramatically, and when the weather changed and the situation changed, we changed our mind. That often happens in evolving situations like this. But we make absolutely no apologies for trying to deliver bus services to Brisbane residents when they needed it. And ironically, Madam Chair, just a day or two later, when Brisbane residents really needed it and they could only have a Sunday timetable, we also saw the same councillors criticising us for not being able to support a full timetable safely. So I ask you, Madam Chairman, what would you have us do? You, Councillor Cassidy, your team.
Thank you, councillors through the chair, and Councillor Murphy. Please don't.
We've heard some criticism
Cassidy.
From Councillor Collier.
Councillor Cassidy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim. Councillor Murphy.
Councillor Collier has said that she couldn't get information because the Lord Mayor blocked her. So we did a little bit of digging on our side, and we actually went and had a look at if the Lord Mayor could access Councillor Collier's page. And guess what? Actually, the Lord Mayor's been blocked from Councillor Collier's page. So I think Councillor Collier should check her Facebook admin people, because if she can't see the Lord Mayor's page...
Point of order, Councillor
I claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim.
If she can't see the Lord Mayor's page, Madam Chair, then that is why, because she has in fact blocked the Lord Mayor. Now, I think there will of course be learnings to be found from this incident, as we have learnt from the 2022 flood and the 2011 floods before that. But what I can say is I'm so proud of this organisation, the way it handled this
Murphy,
disaster.
your
We're getting
time has
all too
expired.
experienced at it.
We will now put that item... Councillor Cassidy first, your point of misrepresentation.
Thanks, Chair. Councillor Murphy said that 4 days after this event I was critical of a Sunday timetable running on a weekday. I did no such thing. I didn't offer any commentary whatsoever apart from sharing information that was available to me through the SID Reps and Council's website.
Councillor Collier, your point of misrep.
Councillor Murphy claimed that I was critical of a Sunday timetable being run on a weekday. I was not. He also claimed that I blocked the Lord Mayor on social media and that I have a vast team of people who support me in that. I can assure you, Councillor Murphy, unlike the LNP, I do all my own social media and I did not block the Lord Mayor.
We'll now put the item to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now move to the
Point of order.
infrastructure. Point of order, Councillor Collier.
There were a number of questions that were taken on notice by Councillor Murphy that he did not address in his...
Unfortunately, he did
Could
run
he
out of
address
time,
them in
but I
general
believe
business?
he has
Point of order, Madam Chair.
He has tabled.
I tabled the answers. They're tabled.
Yeah. So, sorry, he ran out of time, Councillor Collier. We now move to the Infrastructure Committee. Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I move the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday, the 11th of March 2025 be adopted.
And I second the report, Madam Chairman.
It is moved by Councillor Wine and seconded by Councillor Toomey that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 11th of March 2025 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to make some comments about our response to that natural disaster that came to this city over the last 2 weeks. So we, in my view, were very fortunate that that the darkest predictions did not come true, and that the potential of that particular cyclone, Alfred, to cause significant damage across our city did not happen. That being said, there was significant damage in some communities, including a great deal of creek flooding. And can I recognise our teams who've prepared for and responded to that and have gotten our lives back to normal so very, very quickly. Can I thank them all for that? One of the reasons we were able to bring life back to normal so quickly is because we were able to prepare so well. And can I recognise in particular the Brisbane infrastructure teams who did that? One of the main things that we did early was secure our own sites. So there are a number of work sites controlled by the infrastructure division. By securing them, by taking away items that could be washed away, that by securing site, removing potential projectiles, it meant that not only did our sites not create potential dangers into the future, but importantly, it allowed us to return to site with those sites relatively undamaged by the weather and to be able to lose as little time as possible to the weather. So, as many councillors would understand, you have an event of that nature, what was in many senses a catastrophic natural disaster. We set down our sites, we protected them, and now we're returned to work. And for example, Mogul Road, the road resurfacing is well underway, and the road resurfacing in the final stages of that project began on Sunday night. And it will be operating tonight, for example. I use that one by example, but that's one thing to show that this ex-tropical cyclone and the associated flooding did not slow our projects down a great deal. They did slow them down, but not a great deal. Can I also take a moment to recognise and praise the officers in Transport Planning Operations who operate, control, and I should also recognise the City Standards Branch who do that as well, who maintain and replace our traffic signal boxes. Now, traffic signal boxes for most people are the things that are nicely painted by the side of the road near traffic signals. Within those boxes is the system that controls the light sequencing for all traffic signals. At one point, we had 183 sets of traffic lights out in this city at the peak of the disaster. We, by Friday night, had every traffic signal in full operation, even those where Energex had not returned power to those places. That was for a number of reasons, and if I may, I've got a photograph here which I'll display. So one of the things that we were able to do is that where there was no power available, TPO had planned and set aside some generators, and those generators were brought into locations. So this location here is actually the corner of Norley Street and Bowen Bridge Road. This generator now was powering that set of lights to ensure that it would work. Now, one thing you have trouble seeing, and one of the reasons that it works so well, and it's probably difficult to see from where you are, but this traffic signal box here is actually wrapped in plastic. And the officers, in response to the impending disaster, wrapped all of the under-threat traffic signal boxes in plastic in an attempt to protect them. And I can tell this council that of those 11, 6 went underwater and 4 were completely preserved by the plastic. So full credit to those officers who came up with the proposal and then who executed it so well. Because that happened, we were able to return the traffic network back much, much faster than what would have been otherwise been the case, and it was a significant saving in expense to this organisation. A traffic signal box such as this can cost tens of thousands of dollars to replace. So the mere act of wrapping it in plastic, quite solid plastic and quite tightly wound, did in fact preserve them. So full credit to those officers for the concept and for the implementation. And as I say, I'm very proud of our team for what they did in preparation, but also that they were able to bring our signals back so very, very quickly. Can I also recognise the team who operate and oversee the BMTMC, the Brisbane Metropolitan Transport Management Centre. While the event was occurring, we were able to, in cooperation with the state, use remote locations to ensure that
Councillor Wines, your time has
Thank you, Madam Chair.
expired. Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on the Infrastructure Committee report, particularly around Council's preparation of our drainage network. And the Lord Mayor, as we said earlier, claimed that Brisbane had dodged a bullet as early as Saturday morning when it came to flash flooding and to destruction. We know that was not the case, but it certainly could have been much worse, particularly of the state of drainage around Brisbane. The fact that we didn't have the kind of rainfall that we experienced in February 2022 would have been catastrophic. Because the reality is, since 2022, the Lord Mayor and the LNP have continuously failed to take action, despite our calls here and the community's calls for more investment and work when it comes to our suburban drainage network. Now, I laughed quite out loud actually 2 weeks ago when the Lord Mayor claimed that he had doubled the drainage budget in recent years, which was, I guess, if you took it all out of context, was slightly true, because he actually cut it in half the year before. So he restored funding to a previous level that was years and years old anyway and wasn't meeting the needs of the people of Brisbane. So he cut it in half one year, then just restored it to what it was the previous year without putting any extra funding into suburban drainage maintenance. We've seen suburban drainage funding, maintenance funding, remain stagnant. New projects continue to be carried over year on year on year, and there's clearly not enough money now in the maintenance budget for suburban drainage. Now, how do we know this? We're not making this up, of course, because in two separate responses from Council I have received, official responses from Council, I've been advised that drain cleaning projects will be pushed back into the 2025-26 financial year because there's not enough funding this year. Now, these responses didn't come after Cyclone Alfred. These came about 3 or 4 weeks before Tropical Cyclone Alfred. So basic maintenance, simple upgrades, new infrastructure have all been put aside by the Lord Mayor for too long. We know he has cut funding in the drainage budget because any new projects that are funded are carried over 2 or 3 years. So we're not seeing new projects. We're seeing new projects every 2 or 3 years now because they're taking that long to be rolling out. In the last quarterly report for the budget, we saw that there were just 2 drainage projects completed across the 190 suburbs that make up Brisbane City Council. And clearly this hasn't been a priority for the Lord Mayor, clearly, because we're seeing this happen all over Brisbane, but we never ever hear the Lord Mayor talk about it. No. When you go through his budget speeches, when you go through all of the media and press releases he puts out and all the content he puts on his social media that we can see when we're not blocked from, he never mentions the word drainage. Nope. He only manages to spit the word out under duress when we question him here in the council chamber, but when it just comes to a proactive approach to drainage, he can't be trusted. No. There is a complete disconnect between the expectations of people who pay their rates right around Brisbane and what the Lord Mayor delivers to the people of Brisbane. We know that there was flooding happening all over Brisbane as well, even in just this recent weather event, ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. We know in the Coorparoo ward, in Councillor Cunningham's ward, there was extensive flooding. I'm sure she'll get up and talk about that. In Councillor Murphy's ward, out in Tingalpa, there were people, one woman in Tingalpa told media they expected to flood because, and she knew this, because the drainage around her house, the council drainage around her house was so poor, and that's what she came to expect from Brisbane City Council under the LNP's leadership. So we're not getting good value for money, generally speaking, but also when it comes to natural disasters, we know that we're being let down doubly because there's this habitual underspending and lack of investment in basic drainage maintenance right across Brisbane, and it's not good enough.
Further speakers? Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I too rise pardon me, to speak on the report. Madam Chairman, I really want to take a moment here to celebrate the innovation that we saw in this event produced by Infrastructure. One thing that really tickled my funny bone was actually seeing wrapped traffic lights in plastic, which reminded me of a certain character from Twin Peaks. But that aside, it was truly an ingenious idea to actually wrap a traffic light in plastic. Not only is it cost effective, but it's very, very secure. It was one thing that we could do very, very quickly to secure that infrastructure. And I do remember at the time Councillor Wines indicating the general cost to get a traffic light back online. It was quite excessive. In the tens of thousands of dollars per traffic light. And when we were talking about the number of traffic lights that were protected, that were saved from that spend, and that were saved from the public inconvenience of not having that traffic light out, truly innovative idea. And I do really want to celebrate that, and I thank the officers for coming up with that idea. The other thing that I would like to celebrate that I'm assuming, Councillor Wines, through you, Madam Chair, that we took away from February 2022 was the introduction of putting generators at certain locations. I know Councillor Strunk and I had a different point of view on the traffic lights being lit. Councillor Strunk indicating that the traffic lights may indicate to residents that the intersection was flooded or said intersection was flooded. My point of view was that it actually showed water on the road and you could actually see the danger. But I do appreciate Councillor Strunk's point of view as he did mine, and it was a good discussion around the benefits of actually having traffic lights up and running. Madam Chairman, the other one that I actually found very, very innovative and was most effective in my ward, primarily because I have 4 of the flooded sign sites in my ward, one on Dillon Road, one on Tramway Street, one on Levitt Road in Upper Kedron, and the other one at Mossvale and Ashgrove. This is a real, true innovation and groundbreaking piece of technology for us to actually have the signs automated by the rising level. And during the presentation, Councillor Wines showed that the levels on the roadway went up and down, and the traffic, the road closure signs switched its state. So not only was it adaptive, but it's also very informative at the time. So I really want to celebrate the officers for coming up with that one as well. Madam Chairman, I have to agree with Councillor Wines, and I do want to give my thanks and mirror his thanks to the infrastructure team, to the City Standards team, that did prepare us very, very well, not only in the days leading up to ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, but also in the days after. And I have specifically written to Kristen Booth asking him to pass on my thanks to the officers, particularly with the work that they did on Mount Nebo Road in clearing that roadway so quickly. It was a vital piece of work that was done exceptionally well. And I do want to pass on my thanks publicly and get it on the record that the work that the officers did post ex-cyclone Tropical Ex-Cyclone Alfred. I just call him Alfred just for short. Alf. Shorter. It is even shorter. That reminds me of the hand puppet, though. The alien. I do want to... Not Alfie Langer. Jeez. Madam Chairman, I do want to thank all the officers that went above and beyond to make sure that not only our residents were safe during the event, but also post the event, and the amount of work that they did post the event to get our road network back up and running is truly, truly phenomenal, and I do want to pass my thanks on to them wholeheartedly. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor.
Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that Council adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
A division has been called by Councillor Johnston and seconded by Councillor Chong-Wah. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Okay. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 16 in favour and 8 against.
The motion is carried. Councillors, the motion is carried. The meeting will adjourn when all councillors have left the chamber. Okay, we are in Infrastructure Committee. Are there any further speakers? No further speakers? Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'll just respond to some of the comments very quickly. In response to some of the things that Councillor Toomey raised, the best example, and the one that he was discussing, of the protection of the traffic signal box was Widdop Street in, I would call it Toombul, but I know Toombul's not a place, so it's Nunda Hendra border. I would normally say it's first under, last out is one of those places in the community when it comes to flooding. We protected the traffic signal box with plastic. It survived so well that while it was inundated, while the intersection and the box was inundated, the traffic signals kept operating. Now, such as a credit to the work of the protection of that particular box. That being said, for the concerns raised around whether people thought that because they were still working that it was safe to use, I just want to provide some comfort to the council that some automated flood warning signs were there stopping people or indicating that road was in fact closed. I would hope also that people familiar with that area would know that it would be. However, I appreciate not everybody who uses those intersections would be familiar with it. Can I also take a moment to draw the councillors' attention to their own agendas? And in the agenda, you'll find on page 5 the answer to a question on notice, and it goes to the balance of the agenda, page 27, a list of all the drainage projects, creek improvements, it's a whole range of things, flood recovery and resilience projects. Bear with me, Madam Chair, I'll read some out to you. Flood damage repairs, drainage, construction and resilience, 2019-20, a list of projects. Stormwater infrastructure, a list of projects. Major waterways vegetation management, which is about protecting the banks and maintaining the creeks as a usable drainage tool. There is 22 pages of projects that are associated with, linked to and part of our program to improve drainage, improve water movement through our city and ensure that local communities where drains would be effective, they have been improved, that where new drains are required, they are built, and where existing drainage pathways, whether they be concrete, artificial, or channelled or natural, that they are maintained and cared for. 22 pages worth of lists of projects that this council has done over the last 5 financial years. So while I appreciate that Councillor Cassidy attempted to dismiss all that work, I don't dismiss it. I think it is of high value. I know that my ward is a ward that requires a lot of drainage work. It has Inogga Creek as a northern border, Inogga Creek is a southern border, Kedron Brook is a northern border, and it is a community that has been well established, which means not always, the drains weren't always necessarily built to a size for the nature of the dwellings in the community at the time, or as they are today. So what we've done is, over the years, had a series of drainage projects delivered, all of which are designed to convey water that would ordinarily go through a person's dwelling. We have been able, and you can list many, both in Inogga Ward and across the city, that do exactly that. I think of one project that has been completed in the last 5 years during the 22 floods, with such a huge amount of overland flow, there was water inside dwellings up to 2 feet. This one, because of the reduced rain and an improved drainage program in that area, there was no indwelling flooding, which is the objective. Now, that being said, drainage can't solve and do everything, but we do try our best. And as I say, if councillors wish to consider the work we've done over the last years, there's 22 pages worth of projects listed in your own agenda today in the questions on notice. So thanks for the consideration of councillors for the report, and I look forward to the conclusion of this matter.
We'll now put that item to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Now move Councillor Allen to City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 11th of March 2025 be adopted.
Seconded. It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Wolfe that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 11th of March 2025 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Item A was an update I provided to the committee on Council's early response to Tropical Cyclone Alfred as it relates to the City Planning and Suburban Renewal portfolio. Madam Chair, I can confirm in the lead up to the event, our development services team contacted construction and development companies via our planning and development database to provide information about securing construction sites prior to the weather event. I can advise the Chamber that there was a generally positive response from the construction industry in taking action to ensure that construction sites were made safe prior to the weather event. And I did take the opportunity to drive around, and it was a little bit of a mixed bag. Certainly some of the larger sites I saw were well secured, but certainly there were the odd suburban residential development where I believe they probably could have done a better job in securing those sites, and we will take the opportunity in forthcoming discussions with industry groups just to talk them through the observations we had, and also to encourage their members to better secure some of those sites if any future weather events are likely to impact the city. Now, in addition to that particular piece of work, we also provided a severe weather fact sheet via Council's website. That was done on the 7th of March, with advice on when a council approval is required to repair or rebuild a home. As it turned out, the severity of the cyclone wasn't what was potentially predicted, and we aren't expecting to see a lot of homes rebuilt as a result of the cyclone. In addition, Council contacted key body corporate associations on the 8th of March to request they provide residents of multi-unit dwellings with information about electrical infrastructure risks ahead of possible flooding. Post the event, Council is now working with the construction industry to address flooding at construction sites, particularly within and around the CBD. As you can imagine, if you were digging a basement when the cyclone hit and the subsequent rain came, a lot of those sites are now sort of small swimming pools, and they need to be managed to bring them back on stream and allow construction to commence. We're also in a position now where we've got our planning information officers available to answer any questions that the community might have in cases where they might need to reconstruct part of their home. But certainly the damage wasn't to the level we expected, and at this point in time we wouldn't expect a lot of resident inquiry. First of all, they'll have to assess the damage, talk to their insurer, and then based on the degree of any damage they might have incurred, talk to Council about any approvals that might be required. But we aren't expecting to see a lot, and we certainly haven't received a lot of inquiries at this stage. Madam Chair, on the economic development front, both the Nunda and the CBD business hubs are up and running again after the event, and I'll leave further debate to the chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Collier.
Thanks very much, Sharon. Just to add to comments about the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee's response to Tropical Cyclone Alfred. Councillor Allen said that there were odd suburban sites here and there. The odd suburban site here and there that wasn't secured. Through you, Chair, Councillor Allen, I can assure you it wasn't just the odd site. My ward office, and I know others nearby, in places that do have a high level of residential renovations, a lot of places where there are small, old wall homes that are being renovated and turned into large family homes. This is happening in lots of suburbs across Brisbane, and residents were distraught because there was no clarity around what was Council's role, what the state government's role was, who people were to contact, were they supposed to call the site managers on the signs out the front of these homes, and they were ultimately dismissed. In a lot of cases, residents were calling, builders and site contacts, and they were just saying there's nothing we can do, while there's, piles of sheet metal in people's construction sites ready to potentially fly around. And, thank goodness that the winds weren't as strong as they could have been. This is an absolute opportunity to learn from, because I think that Council's proactive response of sending a couple of emails to the industry, not 2 emails to the industry apparently, and not contacting people. We have a huge database. We obviously have contact details for every single development application that's been lodged, and compelling people to clean up their sites. There's a huge opportunity to change the way that we do things. And certainly Councillor Allen's view of how things worked was very different to what was happening on the ground, because I can assure you we were being told to call the call centre to log the jobs, and the staff in the call centre, through no fault of their own, they can only convey the information they are given. They were telling residents to call PoliceLink to report these sites. So then apparently the police are now responsible for door-knocking homes that are about to be inundated with water, cleaning up curbside collection that wasn't collected, that we'd reported several times in a couple of locations, and then also apparently securing building sites now. I can assure you the Morningside Police, who cover the vast majority of my ward in Morningside, they were working every single minute of every single day, and I want to place on record my appreciation to Officer in Charge Dave Buttram and the entire Morningside Police team and all the other officers who actually came off the desk and went and door-knocked places that were potentially going to be inundated and had to deal with severely distressed residents. In terms of, the proactive approach of sending 2 emails, we don't know how extensive that list is, but what we do know from our experience on the ground is that the huge amount of complaints and the lack of clarity, and do you report it to the state government body, do you report it to Police Link, do you call the call centre, it wasn't enough. So this is not trying to score any political points, just say this was a genuine, real issue. It really needs to be addressed. We can learn from this. I please pray that we do.
Further speakers? Councillor Wolf.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak about the localised preparedness and recovery with regards to development services for Tropical Cyclone Alfred in the Walter Taylor community. We all understand how important it is to feel safe and secure, especially when facing unpredictable weather conditions like the recent ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. We were fortunate that the cyclone wasn't as destructive as it could have been, but the impact of the cyclone, heavy winds and flooding was felt in every corner of our community. And it's essential that we look at every possible measure to protect our people, homes, businesses and infrastructure. In the Walter Taylor ward, we have multiple construction and building sites that are actively contributing to the growth and development of our community while addressing the housing shortage that we're all aware of here in Brisbane. I want to take a moment to express my sincere thanks for the proactive measures that both the Shriner Council and responsible entities managed on these sites. It was reassuring to see that these construction teams had taken responsibility seriously, ensuring that the sites were prepared to withstand the potential impacts of Tropical Cyclone Alfred. And these proactive measures were not only important to our council and construction sites, but they're also crucial for the safety of the public and the protection of surrounding properties. Unlike Councillor Collier, some of the things I observed being implemented in the Walter Taylor ward include strong, secure fencing was put in place to ensure that nothing was dislodged during high winds and potential flooding. Cranes and scaffolding were properly managed and according to manufacturers' specifications to ensure they were resilient for extreme weather and didn't cause damage to surrounding properties. Materials and equipment were securely stored to ensure they did not become hazard in strong winds. And it was evident that many sites had activated their plans to manage water ponding to prevent health and safety risks such as flooding on site and to nearby areas. Development sites also worked hard to stabilise disturbed earth to ensure proper erosion and sediment controls, avoiding runoff that could affect other local environments. Emergency contact details were also clearly displayed on site so that in case of any issues, there was no delay in getting to the right people involved. If residents had questions or concerns regarding the preparedness of construction sites in our area, they were encouraged to reach out to Council's Building Construction Management team, and there was always people available to offer guidance and to address the issues raised. Additionally, for more information on construction matters, some of my residents reached out to the Council's website and also checked the Council's emergency dashboard, where updates and resources were regularly posted to keep everyone informed. As always, the safety of community and wellbeing remains our top priority, and it was evident that the Shriner Council remained committed to ensuring that the Greater Brisbane and my Walter Taylor ward felt safe, and they will continue to for future weather events. Thank you.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise to speak on this issue, and I just want to take a step back and look at the bigger picture when it comes to city planning scheme and flooding. The bigger picture is that many of the places in Brisbane that flood have been built on not only historically, but in recent years and still today, because of the poor planning policies and approvals processes of council. And for the past 20 years, that's been the LNP. Now, in my part of the world, there have been a number of historic problems. The banks of Oxley Creek have been allowed to be developed, and homes have been allowed to be built that are too low. Now, this has happened because Brisbane City Council has allowed the subdivision of inappropriate parts of Brisbane for building purposes, and then has allowed homes to be built that put people in harm's way. And that is absolutely the reason people in parts of Oxley, parts of Corinda, parts of Sherwood, parts of Urongpilly, and other parts of my ward flood. It is Brisbane City Council's approval of subdivision and building in areas that they know floods that put people in harm's way. And we saw it again just 2 weeks ago. I'm not 100% certain about how many other people had residential homes flooded, but we did in my community. And I'm sure there are other wards that did too. But the people in Oxley who copped flooding did so because Brisbane City Council approved their development in areas that clearly it floods. Clearly. They have allowed people to fill in drains and creeks and allow building in Sherwood. They have completely changed the topography of places in Rocklea, and it just exacerbates flooding. All of this has been done historically by this council under successive administrations, but it is still happening today under this LNP leadership. Most overtly in West End, and I'm sure Councillor Massey will talk to that, but also in other parts of Brisbane City, and that includes Yeronga, where council has allowed a nursing home to be built in a flood-prone area. And that's only recent. So when Councillor Allen stands up and says, we sent 2 emails out and we told people they might flood, that is pathetic. That's the only way to look at it. It is pathetic. The only way to fix this problem is to stop building in flood-prone areas, to stop filling waterway corridors, to stop allowing developers to build homes that cannot cope with the conditions, and to reinstate a buyback scheme that is here for this council and for its residents to correct the historical misdeeds of Brisbane City Council. Now, the joke today was Councillor Mark's question earlier to the I think it was Councillor Davis, about the buyback scheme. Now, I've been here for that. It was the LNP that cut it. The LNP cut it in 2018. And we only got buyback after 2022 floods because the federal government and state government put money in.
Sorry, Councillor Johnston, but
Brisbane
under the provisions of Section 35... Councillor Johnston, I'm speaking. Under the provisions of Section 35(13) of the meeting's local law on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for the adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. So we will now vote on the current City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. No. Those against, no. The ayes have it. We'll now vote on the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. It's carried. City Standards Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Community and the Arts Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour, 3 against and 5 abstentions.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Finance and City Governance Committee report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. That is carried. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I present a petition that is requesting council upgrade cricket facilities within Melrose Park at Kalinga.
Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you, Chair. I have a petition for Council to remove the gum tree located at 120 Hart Road, Indooroopilly.
Councillor Howard.
Madam Chair, I have a petition asking for river walks being provided along the Howard Smith Wharves.
Councillor Kim.
Chair, I have a petition requesting Council upgrade Benheim and Ormskirk Streets, install a roundabout at the intersection of Ormskirk Street and Algester Road, and implement traffic calming measures on Formby Street and Algester Road, Callanvale.
Councillor Dixon Councillor Murphy.
I have two petitions, Madam Chair. First one requesting Council restore CityCat services and reinstate ferry terminal infrastructure. And the second one opposing a change application by the Pacific Golf Club in Carindale.
Are there any further petitions? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Strunk that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? We'll now move to general business. Are there any speakers? Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak and thank the Shrinner Council and my local community for their support in preparing, responding and recovering from the recent ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. While we were fortunate that the cyclone did not cause as much construction as it could have, it still presented significant challenges, and I'm proud to say that our community stepped up in a remarkable way throughout all stages of the event. In the lead-up, my office, with thanks to Kylie and Melissa, the focus was on clear communication and ensuring that we had the necessary resources in place to assist with flood prevention and to provide support to those vulnerable in our community. One of the key initiatives was the setup of the temporary sandbagging location at the old Toowong Bowl site in Heroes Avenue, Toowong. This became a vital hub for residents and volunteers preparing for this significant weather event and the potential impacts. I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to council crews, traffic controllers, all of the individuals and groups who helped with this vital preparation. Our office had 70 volunteers signed up in the wake of this weather event, and this included many students from Indooroopilly State High School, and Toowong State School, and I'd like to thank them for their volunteering of their time to fill these sandbags. Alongside these students, we saw an outpouring of support from local business owners, residents, and the wider community. And together, we filled thousands and thousands of sandbags in preparation for what could have been a much more devastating event. The level of cooperation and determination displayed during these preparations was truly heartening. As the downgraded ex-tropical cyclone Alfred made its way through our community, we were ready. While the impact was less severe than initially predicted, we did experience heavy rainfall and gusty winds. Thanks to the preparation and all the efforts made, including the sandbagging and other flood mitigation actions, we were able to reduce the risk of significant damage to many homes, properties, and infrastructure. Our community worked in unison to ensure the safety of everyone. In the days following the cyclone, our focus shifted to recovery, and while we were fortunate that the damage was not catastrophic, there was still significant amount of fallen trees, fallen power lines, debris to be cleared, road closures, minor flooding to manage, and lots of infrastructure to repair. But again, our community has provided that we can work together, and no challenge is too great. I'd like to personally thank all of the team in the Lord Mayor's office and all council officers for their support. I won't mention everyone by name, there's just far too many, and I certainly don't want to miss out on anyone. But I'd also like to take the opportunity to thank the Walter Taylor Ute Army that was led by Tony Ellison and a group of dedicated volunteers who on Sunday just past provided immense support during the clean-up phase. Their willingness to help collect green waste and to lend a hand to our fellow neighbours was invaluable. The Ute Army contribution to the recovery process cannot be overstated, and the selfless dedication has made a huge difference in getting our community back on its feet. We can all be incredibly proud of how community responded to ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. The collective spirit of the Shrina Council, all our local businesses, all our volunteers and residents, they all made a difference. It is a reminder of how strong we are when we come together, and I believe that despite the challenges we faced, we've emerged from this experience even more united. Thank you, and let's keep working together to build an even stronger, more resilient Walter Taylor community.
Yeah. Amen. Just remind councillors to respect when other people are doing general business and remain quiet while they're speaking. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. I just had 4 brief points that I would like to touch on in general business today. One of them was last evening I attended the farewell of one of my local federal members, Graham Perrott MP. I just wanted to put on the record how much work he's done as a long-serving federal member of Parliament. We were joined by many special guests last night, many community people as well that he's been supporting over the many years, particularly for an area where I've grown up my entire life. So it was quite a wonderful night to be able to celebrate a great member like himself. I wish him all the best in the future. And also, I also wish all the best to the next, hopefully, member for Morden, Julianne Campbell, which brings me to my second point tonight, which is the sandbag station that we created on the night that Council decided to close down sandbags from 8 p.m. So basically, that evening, at around 6:47 p.m, we noticed that there was a media release on the Brisbane City Council website stating that sandbag stations will all close at 8 p.m. And what I noticed in this media release was that there was no timestamp indicating exactly what time it was put. When you compare this to other media releases on the Brisbane City Council website, normally they would tell you what time it's uploaded. Today I had another look at this media release and realised it actually wasn't uploaded on the Brisbane City Council website anymore. And just touching base on a couple of points mentioned earlier today, I think there was a lot more improvement that could have been done with the communication process that Council was using for local councillors to make sure that their communities these are updated as soon as possible. And I think it's interesting that I had to look at metadata to be able to check that this one was posted at 6:47 p.m. and now it's no longer there. I think this is definitely something that I'll also be submitting to the De Jersey inquiry and making sure that all of our communications will be promptly provided to us as local councillors. I know that this is something that Brisbane City Council knew earlier than they actually published online. The reason why I also state this is because that same night, Julianne Campbell and I were contacted through James Martin, through a local person who had sand that he just wanted to provide to council, knowing that this wasn't somewhere where we could just send random people to at a random location in Willawong. We got the help of Jess Pugh, the member for Mount Albany, where she managed to source 1,000 sand bags, which was hard to acquire at that point in time. And then Julianne brought along the Yeronga AFL Club and heaps of volunteers. Mark Bailey, MP, joined us as well, and we basically just spent hours and hours shoveling sand into bags, and we did that right up until about 10:30 to 11, and multiple ute runs as well to bring it back both to their clubhouse, which is an area flood prone, to Yeronga, where Councillor Johnson is as well, and also to take a few back so that we can deliver them to our residents, which we personally did on top of that. So this was extra 1,000 sandbags that we provided that council didn't have. They also ran out of sandbags multiple times as well, and I know this because of the council staff that I met on the ground who are trying their hardest, the same council officers that also trimmed the trees on Algester Road. So I just wanted to pass on a massive thank you to all the council crews that were out working throughout this disaster recovery period. And also it was a very telling time of our community. It was wonderful to see how people came together and tried their hardest to basically become creative. Even Sunny Care, Claire Wang, in Councillor Kim Marx's electorate as well, she was giving out sand. It was wonderful to see all these different groups of people, including small businesses like Lasagna Love and also the Islamic College of Brisbane, who provided free hot meals from 4 to 6 p.m, 2 days in a row as well. This was my third point that I wanted to briefly touch on before I run out of time, which is that they wanted to become a refuge centre. So I contacted the Brisbane City Council LDCC. I know this is something that takes a bit of time, and in future will be something that we definitely will inquire so that Islamic College of Brisbane can be a future site that they can get in touch with. But it did take basically a full business day and multiple phone call follow-ups in order just to get the answer no. I think in future this is something that information could have been supplied much quicker. Ultimately, they were left to their own resources like they do at a church out in Councillor Cassidy's way, and then basically that's something that we modelled out our way too. Sorry, Councillor Cassidy. And finally, the last thing that I wanted to touch on was the Scouts. This weekend, we didn't call it the Lord Mayor's Ute Army, but what we did do was a Calambar Ward cleanup. And we were very lucky to get the Scouts on board. Wanted to give a massive shout out to legend Mikey, who's one of the Scouts there. We literally cleaned people's bins. So we opened the bin lid and then we pulled out the trash. We got the adults to do the general waste, and we got some of the others to do recycling. We saw, good Lord, all sorts of things in those bins, but thank God we were able to shove them into wheelie bin liners and then take them off to the dump, which then the Scouts had to line up for a long time to do so as well. In future, I do think that operation could be a lot more elaborate. It kind of felt like it was just a thought bubble without any guidelines behind that.
Kim, your time has expired.
I'd like to thank all the
I do
groups.
want to remind you did just say you were going to talk about two things and didn't define them. So at the beginning of your speech, thank you.
Point of order.
At the beginning of your speeches, I remind councillors to define the topic of your speech before you continue to speak, not as you go along. So define the 4 topics that you're going to do and then speak on them. Further speakers, Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 topics to speak on. One is a condolence on the passing of a local resident, and also the other one was an event I attended on Saturday night, which was a campaign launch. So firstly, I want to start off talking about Sylvia Meg Arthur, OAM, who was known to everybody as Meg. She passed on the 19th of February at 93 years old. She was a big stalwart of the Sunnybank Red Cross, originally starting as secretary and then before becoming president. As long as I've been a councillor though, which is going on to 14 years now, she has actually been the president. So I've only ever known her as the president of the Sunnybank branch RSL, which is, by the way, the biggest in Queensland. They raised millions of dollars with the Red Cross shop that they had in Sunnybank. And they also ran the QE2 hospital equipment hire service. And I know when I was there a couple of months ago at the QE2 hospital, there's actually a little plaque up there on the wall outside the cafe with Meg's name on it. So she lives on forever at the hospital. When I found out about her passing, I immediately asked when the funeral would be so I could attend and pay my respects to such an amazing woman. However, I was informed that she did not want a funeral. So hopefully at some point we will have a memorial service. Now, I am aware that Gary Hargrave paid a great tribute to Meg on his radio show the following day after her passing, and I want to thank him publicly for telling the community what a wonderful person she was and how much work she did for the community. So RIP Meg. I will miss your phone call. She's one of my very few residents that actually had my personal mobile number, and she was never afraid to use it. And Saturday night, I had a great honour of attending the campaign launch for hopefully the next member for Moreton, Henry Swindon, and it was a great event. There was lots of people attended, and Henry also was out there busy with me on the weekend and during the week after work, joining the Ute Army, helping residents load up greenways. Thank you.
Further speakers. Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on one item tonight, and that was the passing of Dr. Quan Bui, AMOAM. Dr. Bui was probably one of the nicest men I've ever met in my life, actually. He was so humble in the work that he did for the Vietnamese community. And so well respected by the other cultural communities within my ward and right throughout southeast Queensland, and really right across Australia, because he was a federal president as well of the Vietnamese community in Australia. He passed away just shy of his 80th birthday, and but he was always working, and it wasn't just as a community leader, but he also was a GP. And still saw patients right up until he became ill, which is quite amazing when you think about it. He was not going to retire. He told people, "I'll retire when I pass away," and such is the commitment to this country and to the Vietnamese people. He had that. He did that for them and for us. Certainly, the funeral at Mount Thompson was well attended, as the Lord Mayor said, and spoke so generously about Dr. Bui. There was like 500 people there, and usually the space that usually you can hold the services in, we held the services, and usually seats about 200. So you could just imagine it was overflow. But he was a very humble man, but he was also a very bright man as well. He held 3 degrees. His first degree was engineering. He didn't sort of like that too much, so then he got a degree in law, and then found his passion with medicine. So there's not too many of us that have the capabilities of holding 3 or gaining 3 degrees. He arrived in Australia in 1976 and then set to work with establishing the Vietnamese community out my way in the Anala Dera area as an organization. And he did huge work there with the community, but also he was one of those unbelievable fundraisers, and he would fundraise, right, for any disaster, whether fire, famine, flood, wherever, not just in Australia, but overseas as well, right? One of the ones that I took a little bit of part in, of course, was that for Ukraine. So he was a very passionate man for his community, obviously for his family. We're very sad to, his daughter actually gave one of the best eulogies I'd heard from a daughter for a father that I've ever heard, and she held it all together too, which was which was really good. So we learned a lot. And this is sometimes the sad thing when you go to funerals. You learn a lot about the people that you thought you knew. And it's just an amazing man, fits so much in his 50 years here in Australia, right, and what he did. And they were producing a book for the 50th anniversary, right, and he was working on that book, right virtually up until he got ill. And I was talking to one of the ladies who was helping him with that, and she says, you know, I got emails at 2 a.m. of a morning on how we were going to pull the book together and what was going to be put in, maybe what was going to be. And so that was his commitment to just that one project, the book, the 50th anniversary. Anyways, he finished the book and it had gone off to the printers. Thank goodness for that. Now, sadly, he's not going to be with us, but unfortunately, he's not going to be with us when the book launch happens. But I'm sure he's looking down from heaven and looking at what's going to happen with that book launch to make sure everything's right. And he's probably organizing the Vietnamese chapter in heaven for Australia. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strong. Further speakers? Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on homelessness. Lord Mayor, through the Chair, you do not address homelessness by criminalising rough sleepers.
Councillor, do not refer to councillors or Lord Mayor directly, please. You do it through the Chair.
I said through the Chair. She said through the Chair. To be clear, this Lord Mayor issued 24 hours to move on rough sleepers in our council parks. This comes after days of an emergency severe weather event. Where is your compassion? We are in the worst rental housing crisis since the Great Depression. Where will they go? I am really struggling here. Does the Lord Mayor, through the Chair, understand what is actually happening? I mean, I have had many residents come up to me over the weekend after this announcement, also struggling to understand. They are asking the exact same question because they know the current situation. They are shaking their heads trying to fathom this cruel decision. They ask, where will they go? Let me spell it out. The public housing wait lists in Queensland are 47,000 people long, which is an estimate. Even this figure will be grossly underestimated. Last year alone, 25,000 homeless people sought support for long-term and medium-term housing. They were turned away because those services they were seeking support are chronically underfunded. We know the top two reasons why people fall into homelessness are housing costs, where there are massive rent increases, or people fleeing family and domestic violence. The hard-working Micah organisation recently quoted the following in response to the Lord Mayor regarding the recent ex-tropical cyclone emergency response to the homeless. Brisbane City Council Mayor Adrian Schrinner claims people are homeless by choice and refused offers of accommodation. While 261 people were registered as sleeping rough during the cyclone, there were 146 people who weren't eligible for accommodation because they had no form of identification. There were 150 people who did have identification, but only 71 were offered accommodation. Criminalising individual rough sleeper is not only cruel, but it won't actually address this crisis. No one chooses to sleep rough in a park when they have better options. People fleeing domestic violence or trying to stay sober requires permanent housing and often specialised support. People with complex mental health issues dumped into short-term accommodation with no support systems highlights this immoral, broken system. This needs to be on the record. It's completely untrue to say that every rough sleeper has been offered accommodation. We know for a fact from chatting to services on the ground that there were hundreds of people just in this part of Brisbane alone that have been denied the housing support they need because there is simply not enough funding. We know the solution. If governments were serious about ending homelessness, they would adopt the Housing First model, which has virtually eradicated chronic homelessness in Finland, where people experiencing homelessness are offered permanent housing with no strings attached, with a wraparound support services they need to stay there in long term. The Lord Mayor should explain why he thinks homeless residents, the most vulnerable of our city, should be criminalised rather than given the long-term housing and wraparound services they are currently being denied.
Further speakers? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Dr. Bowie as well. Last week we lost one of the truly great Australians, Dr. Kong Bowie, OAM AM. Not only was he a distinguished practising doctor, and as Charles Strunk just shared, he was an engineer, a lawyer and a GP. Councillor Strunk, my apologies. And a prominent leader in our Vietnamese community for over 50 years. He was also a father to two and a committed and dedicated husband to Dr. Kim Bowie. Many of you may not realise that Dr. Bowie escaped communist Vietnam in the early 1970s with his family. He ended up in Brisbane, and thank God he did. He has done so much for this city. He started his work and his volunteering actually in the Wacol immigration camp as a volunteer interpreter to help settle those Vietnamese refugees who were settling in Brisbane. I think this is truly where his commitment and dedication to the Vietnamese community began. And it was through his volunteering work that they actually established the Vietnamese Community Queensland chapter, from which he became the president for over 50 years. He not only supported our Vietnamese community, but his support extended beyond that. He was focused on the multicultural community here in Brisbane. As Councillor Charles Strunk shared, he supported other community groups like our Taiwanese community when there was an earthquake, the Papua New Guineans when there was a landslide, our local community here in 2011 where they raised over $50,000 for our Queensland community when they needed it most. But Dr. Bowie was also recognised for his humanitarian rights and his focus on democracy. He would often get up at many of his events and, as the Lord Mayor did share, remind us that freedom is not free and that we need to remember that there is still communism in the world and that we need to be very considered about who... Yes, I said communism. Yes, I said communism in the world.
Sorry, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Massey.
This is a condolence speech.
Yeah.
Come on.
Show some respect, please. Councillor Massey.
I did. Madam Chair, I'm disappointed that the opposition are disgraceful. This is one of the most exceptional people in our community, and you cannot sit in silence. I did say communism because, yes, yep, you heard me loud and clear, communism, because it's real. In Vietnam, it's very, very real, and I'd encourage you to learn more because, can I tell you, Dr. Bowie has taught me so much about what has happened in his community and continues to happen. It is disgraceful. And I'm disappointed, Madam Chair, that people on the opposite side...
Order. Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
I just find it really disgraceful that we're all being lumped together as having one point of view when that has not been expressed by myself or anyone else.
I don't see evidence of that. That is not a point of order.
I don't think that's appropriate.
Thank you. That is not a point of order.
My apologies, Councillor Griffiths. I was not attempting to lump you in, and it was the muttering that I heard. I'm sorry that I called you out for that. I do want to acknowledge that he has done an exceptional job of preserving the culture also of our Vietnamese community. They would run a number of events across the year that would celebrate things like Tet. And probably one of my favourite memories was our last Tet. And maybe he knew that Tet, the Lunar New Year, was going to be his last. And we were walking around all of the wonderful stalls and he grabbed my hand and said, "Sarah, we do great things together." And he is a fabulous, fabulous guy. And may his mentoring and support of our incredible community continue. I know that he has given so much to our Vietnamese community over the past 50 years. I was so sad to see his passing because this year is very significant. It's a very significant year, the fall of Saigon, and I know that our Vietnamese community will be commemorating it here in City Hall in July. I do want to say a big thank you to Dr. Kim, who I know gave up so much of her own life in supporting Dr. Bui in his volunteering efforts. She has done an exceptional job and I know that her work will still continue, but I do want to say thank you to their family. Thank you to Tammy, who shared her words so graciously at the funeral on Saturday, and Vale, Dr. Bui.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak in direct response to some of the things the Lord Mayor said during his ENC speech about homelessness in Brisbane and about local places of refuge, if I get time. The Lord Mayor made some outrageous claims earlier in this council meeting, and I'm not sure that they were based on fact and on consultation with organisations working in the housing and homelessness sector here in Brisbane. Labor councillors had a great meeting yesterday with some of the service providers, cobbled together very quickly to get an understanding of what's happening on the ground, and I want to offer the Lord Mayor some facts to rebut his rhetoric based on what we learnt yesterday. And I want to thank Q Shelter and Micah, Norris Street, Northwest Community Group, Four Voices and Brick Housing for coming together at a very quick request to give us some of that information that we need as decision makers and politicians here in council to be able to make informed contributions to a critical citywide debate. The Lord Mayor said earlier that anyone who's living in a tent can go, this is a quote, go from that tent into accommodation that is safe. Now, I guess my question to the Lord Mayor is, have you visited any of that crisis accommodation lately? Through you, Chair.
Thank you.
My question to the Lord Mayor through you, Chair, is have you visited them? Because what we heard from some of those community housing providers is that there is now less crisis accommodation in Brisbane than there was 5 years ago. That's a fact. Now, that accommodation that existed, whether it be boarding houses and other types, wasn't ideal, but it was a roof over heads. And so the Lord Mayor seems to be stuck on this fact that there is enough crisis accommodation that is long-term and ongoing for people if they need it. Well, the fact of the matter is that most of that crisis accommodation will be short-term motel stays, of which community organisations that are funded by the state government or the State Department of Housing themselves will just book on a website like anybody else does for a motel room or a hotel room. Now, if that motel or hotel says there's only 3 nights available this week for that, that's all that person gets, and then they are evicted from there. If there's not another place that's suitable nearby, that person's, I suppose, expected, on the Lord Mayor's logic, to go and sleep on a park bench until they could be identified again by somebody else at some point and then offered another night or two in a motel room. That is not suitable accommodation as claimed by the Lord Mayor. The other thing the Lord Mayor said was that it's basically easy for people to access identification and there are funded services to do that. Well, we discovered yesterday that there's inadequate funding from the state government for those services to provide enough ID for those people who need it. We heard directly yesterday that some of those organisations working on the ground have been asked to stop referring people to those services to get ID because they are overwhelmed. There's not enough funding and there's not enough staff to be able to provide people with ID and the ID that they require. Another thing the Lord Mayor didn't know without making an unfounded claim here in the council chamber. The Lord Mayor has basically compared everybody in his remarks tonight that are sleeping in council parks to convicted criminals who are on bail or have a charge and they're running from the law. There are people who are living in a park in my ward who, from what I understand now, despite seeking information yesterday, I haven't been able to corroborate this, being evicted from that park, who've lived there for 3 years. Now, those people haven't been able to access secure housing in the last 3 years. They've been able to, in some cases, hold down paid work and do training courses through the Skilling Queenslanders for Work program and upskill themselves, get paid work through that program, live peacefully in that park because there really is nowhere else for them to go. And local organisations are now saying to me, if they are evicted from that park, they will just start sleeping in the doorways of local businesses or in the Seeing Out Town Hall or probably at the front of my office in the Aldi building because they'll have no other option. But according to the Lord Mayor, if they want it, they can just magically move into a hotel or a motel for as long as they want without any support and it'll be okay. Now, we heard this weird rhetoric from the Lord Mayor that apparently me and my colleagues have stopped housing being built here in Brisbane. Well, the only people this year that are opposing social housing being built, which is a church-led build-to-rent development down at Wakeley, is Councillor Murphy and his LNP colleagues. I don't hear the Lord Mayor getting up chastising Councillor Murphy for opposing social housing in Wakeley.
Your time has expired, Councillor Murphy, Cassidy. Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on 4 items, if I can find the time. Sandbags at Davis Park, endometriosis, awareness lunch, rough sleepers, particularly some comments from the mayors, and lastly, sandbag volunteers. Firstly, I do want to begin very clearly to extend my thanks through you, Chair, to Councillor Hutton for her collaborative efforts in delivering temporary sandbagging at Davies Park. This was incredibly critical for the Kurilpa area. It supported our local community in Kurilpa during a very stressful and challenging time, with that area having experienced flooding as recently as November last year, but also, of course, with the devastation of 2022 floods and 2011. I know that a lot of people have been asking for this, so I just wanted to share my appreciation for those collaborative efforts. Secondly, I wanted to quickly talk about endometriosis awareness lunch. I found myself there and I was very thankful for it because there was wonderful information that was shared. You know, in Queensland, 1 in 6 women suffer from endometriosis. The average diagnosis is over 7 years. This is women living in chronic pain. Awareness of this is very important. Some of the wonderful conversations I had in that area, interestingly, that 1 in 6 does not actually accommodate for multicultural communities because they just don't present. There's a lot more work that we can do. We have to highlight endometriosis, something that affects so many women in Queensland and in Brisbane, and I was very pleased to have been at that lunch, and I was thankful for the invite from the CEO. I'm going to speak about rough sleepers. There's a few things that have been said. For nearly 2 years since I've been councillor of the Gabba ward, I've actually been hosting roundtables with community organisations and grassroots groups. So I know, and Brisbane Council's been invited, the state government, housing department's been invited. We've been working very closely on the ground in this area. So I know many of the things that through you, Chair, the Lord Mayor said today were incorrect. We know that organisations like MICA, Brisbane Youth Service, QCOS have all come out saying the words of the Lord Mayor is incorrect. They do not believe specifically that all rough sleepers have been offered housing. I thank, through you, Chair, Councillor Cassidy, because that was through words that was said there also in relation to the challenges that face rough sleepers, because we know people do not choose to sleep in the park if they have a better option. And I just want to highlight very quickly some people that do fall between the gaps, because it isn't just about temporary housing, which is not available for all rough sleepers. And it's not just about providing secure housing that has supports and that's long-term. It's also about the fact that it is not a static situation. We know that people escaping domestic violence will be a part of our lives in the future. And the fact that temporary accommodation is so hard to access will be an issue. 24 hours on the street might not be enough to be able to find the correct supports for someone in this situation. We also know temporary accommodation or boarding houses, which still exist, are not sufficient safe places, particularly from people recovering from substance dependency. We know that people choose to not be there to protect their health. I think earlier today what we experienced was just the continuation of digging heels in the rhetoric when those that are working on the ground, those that are working on the front line have said otherwise. I hope the Lord Mayor will, through you, Chair, take time to reflect and meet with those groups, as I have been doing for over 2 years now. Well, getting to 2 years, right? Lastly, sandbagging volleys. I just really want to thank all the volunteers at all the sandbagging station. I know there was one station that had a hairy situation with police that was called in, but apart from that, they continued. Thank you to all the volunteers that helped provide sandbags to residents of Queensland. Of course, a special shout out to the Greens volunteers who are at nearly every site providing that support. But generally speaking, really wonderful to see all the volleys out and giving a hand for sandbagging for residents across Brisbane.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I rise to speak on several issues, including further comments on the cyclone and flooding, homelessness and what occurred in the chamber earlier today. Firstly, because I was guillotined a little bit earlier, I just want to put on the record again and a little bit more clearly my concerns about this council's approach to planning and its failure to support ongoing buyback program in Brisbane. This is something that Councillor Griffiths and myself have moved a motion on every single year to re-establish, and every single year since it was cut, the Lord Mayor and the LNP have voted against it. The flood resilience program does not apply across the city, and no resident in my area has ever been offered to be part of this program, been eligible to be part of this program, or invited to be part of this program. It is disgusting that a program is only being offered to some parts of the city and not others. So I welcome the opportunity to make a further submission to Justice Paul de Jersey. As I was outlining, one of the things that again was problematic in 2022 and same in 2025 was the fact that the Lord Mayor did not share information with everyone. He only shared it with LNP colleagues. And this was fundamentally problematic again this time around. And when it comes to whether or not evacuation centres are open for residents to go to in one of the most flood-prone wards in the city, it is disgusting, as I said earlier, that that information was not shared with all councillors, particularly when we were asking. Unfortunately, it will be waste again. That is a highlight of a problem at council and the failure of council to get food waste bins out when clearly one of the biggest citywide problems was the lack of power for days, was a catastrophic failure. Something went very, very wrong there, and it does need investigation as to why that was not addressed until I think Tuesday. At the earliest, I think it was Tuesday sometime. So there are some very big problems with how council handled this response. The people who did handle it well were our community. And I know that people in my area were extremely concerned. There was a very high level of anxiety about whether there'd be another major flood. And as I indicated earlier, the count is still a little bit sort of in the air, but we had somewhere between about 12 and 20 homes that were flooded, and then dozens more that had it under houses, through yards, and probably dozens more again that had their pontoons and, you know, that kind of thing flooded. But there are a lot of people who've experienced household flooding again, and for the fourth time in some of their lives. The fact that this council does not have an ongoing buyback program is massively inadequate, massively. And it would have been worse in my area if some of those blocks had not been brought back. But the fact that council has no drainage on these blocks, has still got houses on them that, you know, the debris went places, like this, badly managed. Anyway, I'll save it for the Jersey review. I too just want to put on the record my concern about the Lord Mayor's lack of compassion for homelessness in the city of Brisbane. The media article last week in the aftermath of a natural disaster for the city and the sound bites of the Lord Mayor demonstrate his lack of fitness to be the Lord Mayor of this city. Councillor Adrian Schrinner made Brisbane look mean, stingy, compassionless, and it was appalling behaviour to do this as we are cleaning up from a natural disaster. He did it a month or so before the state election, and he's done it a month or so before the federal election. So I suspect it is more about politics than anything else. But the lack of compassion shown to people in genuine need and the lack of finding a pragmatic, sensible solution and working with the housing providers demonstrates this Lord Mayor's unfitness for high office. Finally, I think the treatment of the people who were in the gallery today was disgusting. Yes, they expressed their concerns, but in a robust democracy, people should be allowed to protest. And I think that shutting down the meeting because the LNP don't like what they had to say is poor behaviour.
Any further speakers? No further speakers, then the meeting is closed. Thank you, councillors. We'll have a 15-minute, excuse me, to reset. Thank you.